Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It is so good to have all of you here tonight. Hello everybody. Happy Friday. Hello Ada. Welcome. Playing some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight. I hope you're all ready for some more Sage leveling. There we go. It's just a simple night. Just a nice comfy Friday. Final Fantasy XIV Friday. The quadruple F. Just a comfy night. Right here. Doing some leveling, enjoying the game, having some conversations, learning how to press buttons on the Sage. Should be a lot of fun. Breaking the healer strike one day at a time, one dungeon at a time. I hope all of you had a fantastic week. I hope you're all ready for the weekend. Some of you are already there, I'm sure. Already in that weekend. And yeah, that's about it. I had the live letter last night. I didn't watch it. I have no idea what happened. I don't know if there were any new announcements. So you're gonna have to tell me if there was anything of note, because I'm not watching the like 8 hours of whatever that is. I'm exaggerating. It's more like 6 hours. Give me the highlights, and then I'll discuss them on stream. Let's see. Today, I want to do some more leveling. I want to do some more dungeons. So we'll probably be doing our roulettes like usual. I also want to redo my glamour for my Sage. I want to make a more sagely glamour. Or at least something I think looks nice. The leveling sweater looks cool, but I want to do something new. Good evening, Sulu. Welcome. So, that's about it. That's about it. You're all going to have to tell me if anything happened in the live letter last night. I'm gonna log in. I'm logging in right now. Here we go. You're regretting starting Kingdom Hearts on Proud mode. Basically hard mode, not expert. Critical mode is expert mode. Why? Why are you regretting it? Is it just a little bit too much? Is it taking away the enjoyment from the game for you? I've definitely had situations like that. Where it's like, man, I really wish I had started playing this game on normal mode, not hard mode. So I can enjoy it like a regular person. Hey, no, don't be so hard on yourself. It's just a video game. It's just a video game. It's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge thing. It's not a huge deal. You can't lower the difficulty mid playthrough, can you? That would be way too much to ask. Okay, what did I say? I wanted to redo my Sage glam. I'll be right back, Sulu. I have to go redo my Sage glam. I have to come up with something brand new. I have no idea what that's going to be. I don't even know what I've got in my glamour chest to choose from, but it's going to be something new. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to my Sage. That's Scholar. Sage. I've been playing a lot of Fallout 76 lately. Wait, what is this? Main hand? I don't want to do that. I don't want to put that. I don't want to put my things I actually have equipped in my glamour dresser, thank you. And so I've gotten into the habit of pressing tab to back out of things, because that's what the button is in Fallout 76 for some reason. It's not escape, it's tab. So this is actually a really nice outfit. It's so well put together, if I don't say so myself. So now I'm trying to do that in this game. Just press tab every time I want to press escape to back out of something. Okay, this is the anime protagonist outfit. A biker outfit. Going out night outfit. My dinner jacket. Shawl collar. Looking pretty good. This is my Michael Jackson outfit. Raincoat. Field work. PvP black mage. Warrior. Chicken. Demon black mage. Demon white mage. This is a nice one. This is actually pretty good. I like this one too. Maybe I'll use this, although I need something a bit more sagely. This is my machinist outfit, my mechanic outfit. Demon mechanic outfit. Reaper. And that's it. Oh wait. PvP bard. Yeah. Hey, you like that? Just like, boom. I have a chicken outfit just in case I need one. I like to be prepared. Alright, let's see. I'm sorry, I cannot get behind a monocle. Even though they call it a marksman's eye patch, it's obviously a monocle. Do I want the fox ears, the archfiend helm, the succubus horns? I think we gotta go with the glasses. It's my adventuring sweater. Rebel coat. Where's his pants? We haven't gotten to that part yet, Sketch. Just relax and enjoy the process. Trying to figure out what I want to wear on my sage. If you have recommendations, you can make them. I actually like this chest piece. The only problem with it is it's not dyeable. Who needs pants? Excellent question. Who indeed needs pants? Particularly in this day and age. Do I have anything in my inventory? I think I might have a bunch of stuff on my retainers, actually. Cosplay as a Charlayan? I don't know if I've got the gear to be a Charlayan. I would need Strawberry Sundays here to tell me what I would need to get to acquire to pull off a Charlayan outfit. The ribbon. Alright, let's put that in my inventory. I'll put that over there in my glamour dresser. Level 1 all classes. It's gotta go. It has to go in the glamour dresser. I might go try to put stuff on in the market board. That might be a good way to go about this too. Just go shopping. Got a swimsuit. We got a swimsuit. That's it. It's a summer outfit, right? Someone break out the strawberry signal. The strawberry sundaes signal. I don't know, man. Yes, exactly. Strawberry's really into this sort of thing. Okay, what does this even look like? What does the stuff that I put into my glamour dresser even look like? Okay, that's really cute, but it's only for Arcanist, Bard, Machinist, Dancer. Wait, how do I... There's a filter, right? Filter for Sage. There we go. A crown. Oh, actually, that's not bad. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that Partisan's crown. Lets everybody know just how dominant we are as a healer. Right? Look at that. I don't know if we've got anything else that would actually go with this. What is this tabard? What is this? This looks like a sack. A burlap sack. Best heals NA. Exactly. Oh. Okay. Okay, I like it. Alpine coat. This is the one that I was talking about before. Alpine coat. Animos gloves. Thavnarian swirl. Okay, this is not at all what I had in mind. This isn't bad. Just put the glasses on, and suddenly everything looks okay. Looks better. I need to go to the market board. I have to go shopping. I'm the only healer NA. That's right, exactly. I'm the healer strike breaker. Is it the... what is it? Pogani Dory Markets? How do I indicate wearable by anybody? All. No. That's not what that means. I want it to be wearable by all, not all classes, no matter what their gear is. Apparently that's not a thing. Alright, I have to go to like level 1, right? Let's do this. Go back to Sage. Yeah, level 1 stuff is typically the equipable by anybody. So go to level 1. But we also have up to like level 15 here. Look, see, all classes. All classes. But those are all, again, those are all just burlap sacks. So I want something a bit more elegant. Glacial coat. Sailor shirt. Spring dress. I'm lovely. Oh, I look so good! Look at that. Nice little sundress. You can't wait for the dual dye channels in Dawn Trail. Yeah, actually that's gonna be pretty nice. It'll be interesting to see how they actually go about doing that. Did they remove the requirements to be like gender specific for a lot of this gear. I remember not being able to wear things like the Thavnarian bustier. This used to be gender locked, I feel like. Happy Friday, Northcross. They removed all the gender locks. Ah, well, look at that. Okay, that's good to know. So they can remove all the gender locks, but they still can't allow Vieira to wear hats? Got it. Astral Silk Robe. I was expecting more. This is like a shirt you would wear under something, not just by itself. They're hit or mix in the live letter. What do you mean? I need you to give me more details about what you just said. I don't understand. The dual dye. Oh, I see, I see. Craftsman's coverall top. Okay. Alright, we've got all the replica Sky Pirate gear, which all is all classes. I feel like they should do this for every raid. Just make all of this replica stuff level 1 wearable by anybody. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is it. Summertime? I'm summertime ready. Let's do this. Hey, Rune. They should do that more often? I agree. I think they did this with, like, the replica Sky Pirate gear, and then the Dreadworm stuff. Am I making a Dawn Trail glam? No, I'm just making something that I'm tired of wearing my sweater. My leveling sweater. I want something new. I want a new thing. Is this like a Letterman jacket? What is this? Yeah, it's a varsity jacket. Got a nice little pink going on. Just pastel. That looks pretty good. I like that. Looks nice. A little blue. Very blue. Noir long coats. Alright, wait, what? Oh my god. Oh my god! What? I'm just a detective with this coat on. I feel like I need this. If I'm going to use it or not, I need to buy this right now. If you get those, get the coffer. What's the coffer? Server's vest. This is basically what I wear on stream. The coffer has the whole set. Wait, can I just buy that? Is that what you're saying? Like, get the coffer? Coffer O Kupos. Look at the Noir Fedora. It comes with glasses that you can remove. Okay. Add the gloves. The noir leather gloves. That's, Agent Lovenox is on the case. That's right. Jacinta Lovenox, Private Eye. I look like I work for the government with this outfit. And it's dyeable. With this color, I look like a professor at Hogwarts. Ooh. Oh, what? Pure white. Oh, the pure white. Or the jet black. Wow, that looks great. Why is the dark purple and the jet black identical? Okay, they're slightly different. I remember the Adjustment Bureau, yes. Metallic brass. Gunmetal black. It looks like I just walked in out of the rain with this dye. Very cute. Very cute. But I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I do have to buy a set, though. Just the jacket right now. What else have we got? Free Spirits jacket. Okay. Okay, martial artist's vest. Okay. Instead of paying $500,000 for jet black, you just get the dark purple. They're so similar. Sleeveless martial artist's vest. Artist's vest. Sleeveless martial artist's vest. Okay. Halter top, halter top. Okay, South Seas talisman. A nice little tattoo. So I have the varsity jacket, the buttoned varsity jackets, the Cape of Happiness. What? Peace Lover's shirt. Skyworker's singlet. So I get a nice little tattoo on this too, right up to my neck. Right up over the shoulder onto the neck. I'm not really getting any of the right vibes from any of this gear. I mean, yeah, you get some pretty interesting things, but it's not, none of it's right. None of it's really what I'm looking for. You're getting unlucky on Black Mage with new healers? Just you wait until you're in my party. You'll wish you had those healers. What about the Cyberpunk PvP gear in the Wolves Den? I think I've got a set of that. I think it's okay. It's also just not what I'm looking for right now. This might be a good base. This actually might be a good base. This has a little bit of a sage vibe to it. It's very sagely. Does it have a hood? Nope. What's this dye like? Uh-huh. Okay, okay, I like the glasses. I'll have to find some different gloves and pants. These colors just do not jive. Yeah, the pants are just not right. Shoes look okay. The gloves are not quite right either. I need like full gloves. Not fingerless gloves. The new ones with the casual look. I honestly don't like the casual outfits. The casual jacket, this thing. I'm not a fan of this. The chest pouch thing? What is this? Why do you not have your jacket on your shoulders? Is that what makes it casual? How is it even staying on you? It's the gravity-defying jacket. The casual cyberpunk PvP gear. There's new stuff. There's new PvP stuff. Casual cyberpunk. Alright, let's check it out. It's like streetwear. Okay, where do I find that? Trophy crystal. Okay, trophy crystal. Disciple of Mind gear. Universal gear. Universal gear. It's universal so everyone can wear it. Got it. Let's see. Try on. This looks like a scuba outfit. Those look like scuba goggles. Alright, hang on. Let's try it all on. Okay. Okay. This looks like Scarlet Nexus. Right here. This outfit is very Scarlet Nexus. Tactical half mask. Is this just a different color? You can already dye it, so why is it just a different color? What? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to jump on my ninja and go driving through the city at 150 miles an hour down the freeway. They die differently? You wish they would fix the hoods? They all look so goofy. This hood looks really goofy. Yes. It looks like it has a zipper right here on the top. It does. It does have a zipper. That's exactly what it is. It is halfway zipped. To let the ears breathe, obviously. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to tell if it was a Lalafell wearing this or not. Yeah, this exactly. It's a Nomura zipper. If you actually zipped this whole thing up, it would come in half, right? The thing would just fall apart. And then you got this zipper, which is partially zipped. It has, you see this? This bugs me right here. This looks like you know when you get like your your zipper comes up halfway undone, right? And then actually getting the zipper up here to try and unzip it becomes impossible because this isn't actually linked. Hey, Moriar. Zipping your ear. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't close the zipper when you're wearing it, right? Obviously. Take care of yourself, right? Yeah, this looks like it might be a problem. This zipper is not zipped at all. It's zipped right here, and then everything else is unzipped. The zipper is broken. Okay. Okay. You would do a drive-by unzipping if you saw anybody wearing that outfit. Hello, Strawberry. We were just talking about you, actually. Windows Update said, I'm gonna fuck up your sound settings because I can. Yeah, Windows Update always does that. You should talk to any streamer about Windows Update. And they will all have a story about how Windows Update messed up their sound settings, did something with their video, made it impossible to broadcast, where they had to take like 3 hours fixing all their settings again before they could go live. We were talking about, I wanted a new look for my Sage. I want a new look for my Sage. I want something that's like sagely. That is like a Charlian aesthetic. Your cat refuses to lie anywhere except on your mouse pad. I mean, naturally. Yeah, something like that. Something like a Charlian Scholar that I can use to level up with. So I was looking through the rest of this gear, you know, the level 1 stuff on the market board, discovered the Noir long coat, had a good laugh about this for a little while. This is actually a pretty interesting look right here. It's like, this is something a professional wrestler would wear, and then walk down to the ring and just tear apart. Boom! And then you're in your little pink boots and gloves. How's it going, Mike? How's it going tonight, man? It's good to see you. Suited. Something like for Chanel. Or more like of, actually. Things are good, man. Things are good. I'm leveling up my Sage. I am defying the healer strike right now. I think let's go with the for Chanel. Strawberry. Do you have any good recommendations for that? I've also been trying on all of the gear that they degendered. They removed all of the gender locks, so now I can be the prettiest princess in my frontier dress, which I was never able to do before. Or maybe I just put on my Hawaiian shirt and I find a pair of like really short shorts. And that's just me on the beach. What would be my wrestling theme that I walk down to the ring with? I have no idea. All classes. Why can I not try this on? Oh, because it's female. Okay. Ladies only. Swimwear is still gender locked. Yeah. It would seem so. Boom. There we go. That says, summary, sagely, gonna heal you. Fantastic. I love it. Try this chest piece. The Replica Sky Pirate's Coat of Healing. Replica Sky Pirate's Coat of Healing. That's really nice. Actually, that's great. That's good. How does this die? Yeah, whoa, this looks nice. Go with the black? The black dye? Oh, maybe we go with like a dark blue? Like the midnight blue here? Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. We pair this with a couple of, like small glasses, right? Some pants. I need the right pants. Yeah, it looks good. This is a good start. Let me just buy this real quick. Grab this. Replica Sky Pirate's Coat of Healing. Do I want the HQ version? You have a boot recommendation. Let's hear it. Glasses do exist in the game. Yeah. I have a pair I have in mind. Pants or no pants? Yeah. I think this outfit needs pants. The Pagos pants. Pagos pants. The Pagos Gaskins? Is this what you want? Or the Pagos culottes? Boots. Oh, boots. Pagos boots. You got the right thing. Okay. It's very piratey. With the turned down top. Boots and pants. How these die? Do we want the blue? I think we want the black. I think we want to go with the black for the boots. I think we want to go with the black dye. Nope. Definitely do not want to do that. Where's my midnight blue? Dark blue? Is this black and blue? It's a very dark blue. What is that? Is this black with a? Okay, we need something. We need something else. The top part of this is really killing me. But that does not die super well. But you definitely don't want the black and the blue. That doesn't go together. Can we get away with like a red? Like a dark red? Yeah. Alright, we need to find a different color for the jacket. That blue for the jacket looks nice, but it's really hard to find. Actually, hang on. White? Does white go? White goes. White would go. Even Snow White would go. Dark brown. Let's try dark brown. Yeah. Yeah. Like a cobalt brown. You must go now. Thank you for the recommendation, Strawberry. We'll see you next time. You got me set onto the right path here. Thank you for that. You think with the right pants this could work? Let's find the right pants. Alright, so I need the Pagos boots. We have the Sky Pirate Coat of Healing. So we need the right pants now. Okay. So where's the Sky Pirate Pants of Healing? Kinda want something with a pleat, but I don't know if they have that. is kind of pleated. The Southern Seas trousers. You can more or less see a pleat, right? It wants to be pleated, but it's also kind of wrinkly. Yes. Shorts, obviously. No, I don't think we need cargo pants. Definitely don't need leather pants. Kupo trousers have the embroidery down the leg. It's a nice detail. And they have the pleats. As good as you're gonna get, anyway. So there's nice detail around the sides, and they have the pleats down the front. Alright, I'm gonna keep looking for a bit, but I wanna kind of pin that one. Is that the Kupo trousers? Alright, that's a bit much. It's a little bit too much. Okay, okay, these aren't bad. These are like super pleated though. Might be a little bit too much. Might be a bit much. Yeah, I think it doesn't really jive well with the rest of the outfit. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, it's so perfect. The big pants. Who needs fitted pants when you can go with big pants? Free spirit, kind of like this dual color. That's interesting. They're perfect? I'm not so sure about that. I don't know about that one. I think we want a white. I think we want to go with white for the pants. We could also probably try brown, like to match the boots. Not a lot of good brown choices here though. Let's get some yellow. Throw some yellow in there, some green. I think white is the choice. So here's the midnight blue. This matches like the palette between the top and the bottom, but it does not look good. It looks like a school mascot. I'm a mascot. Yeah, I think I want to go with white. Something light for the pants. It's not bad. Alright, so let's see. Let's go back to the, what was it? The Moogle pants? Kupo pants. Yeah. Let's go back to the Kupo trousers and see what we think. Let's try this on. Dye preview. Oh, they have a lot of embroidery on them, don't they? They get covered up with everything else, but they have a ton of embroidery. I actually like that, because it kind of matches the detail on the boots. Right? If the detail on the boots is more gold, rather than what it is right now. Eggshell. Okay, now we need gloves. I'll buy these. There's none for sale. I actually think I might have a pair. Maybe. We'll see. If I don't have a pair, I'll come back and buy a different set. And then we need hands. We need gloves. And I think we need full gloves, like a leather glove. First, before I do that, I'm gonna throw on the glasses I had in mind, the classic pince-nez. It's a lot of corsages. Whoa. Pince? Contemporary pince-nez. Right? And then gloves. Right-click search. Oh yeah, you're right. Kupo pants. You're right, I forgot I could do that. Let's see. Kupo trousers. Search for item. I don't have it. Do not have that. I thought I bought it, because I know I own a Kupo jacket. Yeah, it's in my glamour dresser. Apparently I only bought the jacket. And the shoes. Alright, so we're gonna have to find a different alternative for the pants. Okay. So these are the gloves that go with the set. The jacket. A lot of these gloves are basically the exact same, I feel like. We definitely don't want the white knuckles. Okay. Frontier dress gloves? Oh. Oh, now we're talking. Oh, look at that. That's an outfit. Use the same dye for the gloves and the pants. I just hope it dyes the same color. They're kind of the same. It's like this is a little bit brighter than this. Like the pants are just like a shade darker. The two-tone pants I was playing with are pretty good too. Yeah, as an alternative. As an alternative, I think they're pretty good. Let's try on some different gloves. I think this actually matches better. Like this undyed matches these pants better than the other set does with the same dye as the pants. The salon server's gloves. So for the... Wait. These are also slightly brighter. Purposes of this outfit, it's the exact same. Okay, so we have the gloves. Bought the gloves. We have the glasses. I bought the boots. And the coat. So now we just need the pants, and we've got our outfit ready to rock. What were the two-tone pants I was trying? Well, the varsity bottoms aren't bad either. The varsity bottoms have this nice seam on the side, too. I bet there's plenty of those. What were they? The Free Spirits cropped slops? Yeah, these things. And then dye this with just the white. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That does in a pinch. All right. We'll go with a pair of those. Buying pants from a retainer called Glamour Legs. All right, so now we need dye. We need dyes. It was the Midnight Blue, Snow White, Cobalt Brown. I want to buy 46 pots of dye. I want one. Is it Snow White? And Cobalt Brown. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. Yeah, this is fun. Alright, now I have to go apply it, and then we should be good to go. Sage always looks good with white and a light blue. I think it's very fitting. It's like iconic. This is the true end game right here. We've experienced it. We're not even end game sages yet, and yet here we are. Okay, the good part of this is I'm almost positive I already have some of this stuff. Salon server's gloves. I don't have that. So I don't have any of this. Good. Means I didn't double down on anything. Alright, now we have to recreate all the goodness that we just did. Right here. Boom. And the body. Healing. Gloves. Server's gloves. Legs. Free spirits cropped slops. Feet. The funny part about the free spirits cropped slops is they're supposed to be like denim. Right? Frayed denim. And the way that we're using them, they look almost like formal wear. Okay, what were the boots? Kupo shoes? No, that was not it. Pygress boots, that was it. Pygress boots. Okay, now we just dye our stuff. Dye. Midnight blue. Dye. Snow White. Dye. Chocobo brown. Or cobalt brown. There we go. Boom. And that's it. That's it. Look at that. Look at that. That's a sage right there. It's a good looking outfit. Hey, thank you, Tactical Bear. It's your casual Friday denim? Yeah, exactly. It's just, casually frayed at the bottom. Did you see that? Did you see how frayed those were? You like your healers to be edgy with the black and the red? I think you asked if I was excited for Dawn Trail. Yeah, I am. I'm looking forward to it. But man, I'm also excited for a lot of things that are coming out lately, like, the new Elden Ring DLC. I've been poking around in Elden Ring for a few hours. Last couple days. I started a NG+, so I have a lot to do before I can actually even get to the DLC. I'm right at the very beginning in my NG+ playthrough. You know what quality of life we need is a glamour dresser in the house. Yes, I totally agree. I'm really surprised it hasn't happened yet. Maybe they just want you to have a reason to have to go to an inn. But like, why did they not have glamour dressers in the house? You need to be at the end game for Elden Ring DLC? You have to have killed Mog. So you have to have killed the optional boss, Mog, Lord of Blood, to start the DLC. If you started an NG+, you're in the same situation I am. Yeah, so the plan for me would be to just run straight from the beginning of the game all the way up to the consecrated snowfield, and then use the teleporter to get to the Palace of Blood, and then defeat Mog. And then you can start the DLC. I suppose you could also do Vare's questline as well to get straight there. I don't know which one's faster. I get the sense running's faster, but who knows. I think they said something about too much memory load for the glamour dresser to be in houses. Yeah, Mog is in the blood guy. Yes. The blood guy next to the big egg. Not the one in the sewers. Yeah, if you do Vare's quest line, he gives you an item that takes you straight to the blood area. Alright, real quickly, I need to refamiliarize myself with the buttons that I have. I'm surprised I do not have an OGCD AoE shield. I guess I don't have an OGCD single target shield either. Alright. Let's get started. You'll get one? Okay, got it. I just don't have it on my bars yet. Invade me 3 times for the quest? Hey, that's not a bad idea, Mike. That's not a bad idea. Ferris Serious Hard Mode. Okay, well. I haven't done this one in a long time. Yeah, the OST in this place is insanely good. There's a few OSTs that I prefer over others. You know, The Burn. I think everybody likes that. I actually really like Wanderer's Palace. None of my shields have actually popped yet. Wait. Maybe I just don't have... I don't get stacks of Adder Sting. Is that right? Maybe it's just too early for Adder Sting to be a thing. Yeah, the burn's good. What's another one? Oh yeah, Wander's Palace. That's right. It's like the classic dungeon OST, I think, for ARR. Just sounds nice. Adder Sting is 70. Okay. Ready to kill the corruption. I think he also creates copies of people or something like that. Yeah, here it is. He shoots people and they creates little copies of them. You've been in the same dungeon this whole time, and now you're free. Congrats. What are you trying to just level up your black mage? Is that what you're doing? I'm telling you, man. You're gonna get me as your healer one of these days, and you're gonna be begging for those new white mages. Like, oh man, I didn't realize how good I had it. At least they don't mess up mechanics. You have been watching the stream, right? That's awfully nice of you to say that. So I think the boss of this one is the bomb, right? Our little outfit looks so good. Look like such a badass now. Badass little sage. This is great. Now we need a I need an accompanying good weapon glamour. I'm not entirely sure what that's going to even look like. But I feel like it's necessary at some point. I don't want something RGB. That's the only thing. It can't be RGB. I need something that looks nice and classy, but still stands out. Now I need some sick mulets, exactly. forget what this guy's whole thing is. I think eventually he blows up the room or something. Yeah. You have to kill the cannons. Or the furnace men or whatever these guys are. The level 90 AF mulets. Okay, I'll give those a look. Where do I get those? Alchemy engine. What the hell is that? Yeah, I think this place basically boils down to you need to remember your mechanics, like your basics. Kill ads, right? Avoid AoEs, stuff like that. As long as you can do that, you don't panic on the bosses, I think everything's fine. There's no big secret mechanics or things that they're curveballs that they're throwing you. Bulky steampunk instead of futuristic, you can go for the chondrite wings. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Sage does not have that many leveling weapon options. Okay. Okay. Well, that's basically what I expected. It really boils down to, is there any, like, good tombstone gear that you can buy? Which is pretty hit and miss. Starium tome newlets are like little muskets. What? That sounds awesome. Little muskets. So it sounds like you either go like super futuristic or very, very... What's the opposite of futuristic? Classical? Classic. Not even that. Low tech. I think that's the word I'm looking for. It's very low tech. High tech or low tech? The Heidelin Raid Wings. So you're talking about, that's the first extreme trial of Endwalker? Sketch? Look how low FPS the reflection is in the floor. Just look at that. Like 60 FPS up here, this is what, like 15? I want them to fix that with the graphic update. Like, make the reflections good. I want to be able to brag about how amazing Final Fantasy XIV looks on my computer. computer. There's something to do here about gray bombs and healing bombs and stuff like that. I think we need to kill the gray bomb. First extreme trial. Yeah, got it. Don't know what you're doing here? You're doing a fantastic job. Don't worry about it. Kill the remedy. I think remedy heals. Grey bomb does something else. What gear type is Pictomancer going to use? It's going to be the same as all the other casters. Casting gear. You want a Moogle Sage weapon. 4 Moogles holding laser guns. I feel like that'd be great. Very very fitting. If there's not already one in the game, it has to be added. Someone needs to make a row with the Tonberry outfit, and he collects Lalas with the Tonberry outfit to follow him. So you got the Tonberry King and the little Tonberries? Is that what you're saying? The Tonberry King followed by the little Tonberries? Kinda sad Ninja won't have their own unique gear set anymore. Does Ninja need its own unique gear set? Weren't Dragoons in the same spot until Reaper was added? They were. Yeah, that's what I thought. You hate when Reaper gets gear that's obviously meant for Dragoons. Does that happen often? Need to make all melee use the same accessories. Sure. Save us a little bit of space in our armory chests. The accessories are just such a... like an afterthought, anyway. You know? There's only a few pieces of accessories that I would say even really matter. Because you're like, who's gonna really look at their ears that closely? I don't know, maybe some folks do. I really need to have this one specific thing, but I don't know. Whatever, man. Good morning, Lilia. The new Tombstone gear that they showed is very explicitly Dragoon-like. Got it. They aren't they? Give Reaper and Ninja their own unique gear, and make all the other classes share the scraps. Oh, we have found the Reaper and the Ninja main, right? We only want Reapers and Ninjas with their own unique gear that the designers can then custom craft specifically for them. Everybody else can just go to hell. Go to Final Fantasy XIV hell. Gunbreaker 2, they should have their own unique sets. Reaper, Ninja, and Gunbreaker should have unique sets. Everybody else can go to hell. Final Fantasy XIV Purgatory. Paladins have been happy getting the same gear for 10 years. I do feel like that's the case. I feel like Paladins have been getting the same exact outfit for a long, long time. It's always like armor with wings. It just depends on how the wings and the armor look. And a fancy sword and shield. You want the houses for the Lalafels to come back? I thought that was always pretty fun. The Lalafell specific housing. Yeah, that was pretty cute. I remember kind of rubbing that in the faces of folks when I was streaming at that point in time. Like, look, I'm exploring the Lalafell housing. No one else is welcome. This is it. This is the only time you're ever going to get a look at it, so enjoy it. Rude? Yeah, that was being kind of rude. It's not often Lalafels get things specifically for them in the game. So I was, let's just say I was enjoying it. Do you have the Lalafell litter furniture item? I do not have that. I don't know what that is. What is the Lalafell litter furniture item? How funny would it be if they made a roller coaster that Lalafels and Femraz can't ride? What kind of roller coaster would that be? Do you need to be this tall to ride this ride? We're just not that tall? Did they change that boss? They did. They changed all the bosses in this dungeon. They're all different now. They needed mechanics that trust NPCs wouldn't die in, yeah. That's my understanding about how that works. Sorry, we need to redo this dungeon so that AI can do it. AI used to be such a passive phrase, right? Now it's all kind of like loaded. Enemy AI. Remember when all of that meant was like, in a shooter game, your enemies would take cover when you shot at them? That was basically it. That's all it meant. The enemy AI in this game is so good. That was not what I meant to do, but okay. We're here. Do I remember what they said about their bots? I do not. I do not remember what they said about their bots. They had to dumb them down because if they didn't, they would kill everyone. What? What does that mean? They had to dumb them down because if they didn't, they would kill everybody. Just like a Skynet kind of thing. We can't make our robots too intelligent, otherwise they will kill everybody. The AI was too good. Well, I mean, so the problem is you have to find the right balance for that. Because the AI inherently has information that oh, thanks. Lalafell lifters. Oh, I thought it said litters. Thank you for the Lalafell lifters. The Lalafell lifter. The chair specifically designed to uplift even the smallest of heroes. Great, thank you. Perfect. That's excellent. I'll be sure to put Lalafell lifters in my house. So the AI has like inherent knowledge about things that are happening. So if you really wanted to, you could just make AI input read, reacts to exactly what you're doing all the time, and then kill you instantly. That's actually the easiest kind of AI to implement. If they're talking about, like, they made an intelligent AI that responds to the inputs that you're making in a reasonable time frame and would still kill you, then that's like, yeah, that's actually good. Then they can tune that back. Dawn Trail spoiled? Enemy has an algorithm of decision making. Yeah, there we go. If we didn't dumb the boss down, they would rise up against their human creators and destroy them. Endwalker spoilers, exactly. I like it. There we go. We gotta make sure that the AI in the game is sufficiently stupid. The good AI can be smart. We don't care about the good AI. We want our companions to be smart. We want the enemy AI to be dumb. Where are my emotes? How do I emote in this game? Social? Emotes. Wait, no. Emotes. Fist bump. Battle stance. Hets. Thumbs up. Blow kiss. It's a hell of an outfit you got there. Are you Pomni? Lally ho. What we were just talking about. Surprised.
Huh?
Eat rice ball. Ultimates are ways to experiment with AI in a contained environment. Yeah, that's true. PvP, I think, is what they usually do to experiment with things. Like other mechanics. Like the buttons that replace themselves. That was such a long time coming. I cannot wait for that to actually be in the game. Oh man, the amount of button space is going to save me to have all of my combo abilities on one button. It's going to be so good. You consider it a nice addition that Alizé's AI immediately uses the limit break. I think Estinian's does too. But yes, it's very let's say consistent with her character. It's very consistent with her character. In line. I'm healing. Don't worry, I'm actually healing the main tank by doing this. This is all good. It's very on brand. Yes, exactly. Alright, so the two people that were near me got some fizzes. I have a stray cat on my roof? Indeed I do. That stray cat likes to buy me coffee sometimes, so I let it slide. And it gave me 4 Lalafell lifters for my house. Which is fantastic. Remember when people struggled with the EX version of this trial? Oh, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since that happened. Sleeping Sketch says, I'm not a stray, I'm just wandering. Oh, okay. Got it. Looks so academic. and yet so well prepared to heal. People still struggle with the Titan hard mode trial. The Titan is like a consistent challenge, I would say, for a lot of folks. He just has a lot of abilities that kind of like combo together very well. The single target imprison into the big line AoE knockoff is a classic insta-death. Classic insta-death. You get broken out of the prison just in time to get hit by the AoE. You get knocked off the platform and die permanently. The only one that you see people struggle with is Leviathan. What do they struggle with on Leviathan specifically? Is it the, like the shield? Is it the head and tail mechanic? Getting knocked off. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. People always forget the shield timing. Yeah, the same thing happens on Bismarck. Because people will forget that there's actually a thing that you need to click on. Or it'll be their first time doing it and they'll click on it too early. One of those two things will happen. This guy looks like he just stepped out of the wasteland. It's not permanent anymore on Titan? Wait, really? Ooh. Well, isn't that interesting? Yeah, back when I was playing the game, all those instances where you got knocked off of platforms were instant, permanent death. You just had to wait until everybody wiped or killed the boss. One or the other. So they redid that on all of them, huh? So things like Ravana, what else has a knockback? The boss, the final boss of Neverreap. Actually, I remember doing that. I remember doing Neverreap and being surprised that they teleported the bodies back onto the platform. We had 2 people die to that. I remember Neverreap being so hard. Just because of that knockoff mechanic for the last boss. Like, guaranteed you would lose at least 1 person. And then you'd have to 3-man the boss the rest of the way from 50% to dead. Sophia? Yep. Yeah, that would be really bad. Wait, did they put you back on the platform for that one too? That whole, like the whole fight is just not getting knocked off the platform. Wow, that's really kind of them to do that. I wonder if they just got a lot of complaints or the devs, you know, what probably happened is the devs were like, hey, let's go do some Extreme Sophia. And then they kept falling off the platform because they couldn't do their own mechanics. And they're like, this sucks, let's change this. I bet that's what happened. God, who designed it this way? Is that guy even still at the company? No? Let's just change it. And so they did. I think it's really punishing to have somebody dead permanently. It really just kind of obviates the capacity of healers to res, right? If there's a mechanic in the game that completely negates your ability to res people, I'm sure the healers were like, well, what do I do then? Why am I even here? I might as well just strike. I'm not gonna get over that for a while. Why are there even healers in this game? If they can get knocked off, and I can't even res them, I'm going on strike. It's artificial difficulty. Yeah, there's other things they can do to make that a bit more interesting. I don't know if I'd say it's artificial. I mean, it's definitely real. It's real difficulty. It's just cheesy. They knew what they were doing when they put that in there. They knew they were making it hard. This is hard the wrong way. This part of it is the healer class videos popping up, all complaining that healers don't have enough DPS abilities. Is that the only thing that people like healer influencers can think of? The only way that healers will remain relevant is if they get more DPS abilities? Are they just bored? That seems like it's just boredom to me. The way I would even say they need more DPS abilities. What I would say is they need more reason to heal. That's it. Give healers more reasons to press their healing buttons. I think the number of DPS buttons they have is just fine. Just give them more reasons to actually press their healing buttons instead. Combos are fun. Make them combo heals. Here's what, I mean, if you look at, I'm going to go back to World of Warcraft again. If you look at World of Warcraft, it's not like healers are sitting there with like super complex DPS rotations, right? Healing for the most part is enough to keep them occupied. Like take a priest for instance. Priests have one dot, or they did when I played the game. One dot, maybe two. You got Shadow Word Pain, you've got Holy Fire, right? Maybe you have two dots. And then you use Smite. Holy Fire is on a long cooldown. Shadow Word Pain don't need to reapply once every minute or so, 30 seconds or something like that. And in between all of that, you use Smite. It's not like the healers in that game were like, man, I don't have enough DPS abilities. Because they were busy healing. I think the healers in this game are just bored. You think we need more random damage in raids? I think... I don't know what to say, dude. I have honestly no idea. I think Final Fantasy XIV is really struggling with what to do with healers. And I think the healers in Final Fantasy XIV are experiencing like a little bit of Stockholm Syndrome. Where they're like, the only thing we can do is DPS more. Clearly we can't actually heal. So we need more DPS options. Which, I mean, let's assume for a second that you can't make the game more healing intensive. It's just impossible. due to the way it's designed for some reason. Then sure, why not? I can see why healers would be bored. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, maybe if that were the situation. It's technically impossible to make the game more healing intensive so that healers are actually interested in pressing their healing buttons. Please more random damage and mechanics. Please add more random damage that needs to be healed. There you go. The people have spoken. It's from fight design being very formulaic. 2 autos, tank buster, raid wide. Yep, I agree with that. In Savage, at random party members should just fall to 1 HP. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, they had that. It wasn't random. It was called a Cruel Angel or something like that. That was a mechanic in the Kefka fight. He would reduce people to 1 HP. If healers are bored, fill the party with gunbreakers that all randomly super bolide. I love it. I love it. Outside of the start of the content, most of the time you don't even need both healers and sometimes don't even need a healer at all. Yeah. I don't know. Clearly other MMOs have solved this problem. Where healers have enough to keep them interested and like engaged, pressing their healing buttons. I have confidence that it can be solved in this situation as well. And I also am confident to say that adding more DPS, but like more DPS buttons to the healers because they're bored is probably the wrong way to go about it. It'd be really weird if they actually did something like that. Happened to you while treasure hunting and you were de-rusting your Astrologian. It was oddly fun. It sounds interesting. Sounds like it might be fun. Let's press that way. When ultimates have been cleared with no healers, you know it's a design issue. Yoshi said something about they plan to work on making the encounter design fresher in 7.x, so there is hope. God, yeah, that sounds great. Of course, I don't know exactly what fresher means, but if it means like being more active, I'm all for that. Being less predictable? Being less predictable is not Squaresoft's strong suit. It just isn't. So I wish them the best. Love to see how Arcadian is. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Considering that we're getting so many mobility and healing tools in Dawn Trail, one can only assume the fights will be harder. Yeah, the fights will be more movement centric. They'll require more movement than they do right now. Because they're giving everybody a bunch of movement mobility tools, so they're going to require more movement and mobility tools. Oh, wait, didn't monks get a ranged attack? Didn't they get a ranged attack? Everyone was telling me that they got a ranged attack. Yeah, the thing about the additional healing tools that has me a little bit concerned, Sketch, is the fact that that team with Xeno was able to do that whole dungeon without a healer. Now, I know I talked about that yesterday and how silly it is that people are like, well, now healers are completely obsolete. I don't think it means healers are obsolete. I think it means that team is very talented. But at the same time, what it also indicates to me is that the amount of healing that would be necessary for a healer to have to press all of those buttons that they get. Like, keep in mind, Astrologians have like 6 more buttons that they can press for both mitigation and healing. The opportunity to like need to press those buttons is probably pretty low. And I'm guessing that the amount of damage that you take is on par, relatively speaking, with what's currently in the game. And that would have to go way up, I think, for the healers to have to actually use the tools that they're getting in Dawn Trail. Dungeons aren't usually meant to be hard. I think there's a difference between being hard and needing to heal. Like, I don't think a dungeon needs to be hard for my party to take damage so I can use all of the tools I have at my disposal as a healer. Because I have a lot of them, right? I've got so many buttons I can press as a healer, and I want to press them. I want to press them. That's the thing. It's like, I want to. So please give me a reason to press them. Even the mitigation tools will require damage to be amped in order to be necessary. That's another good point, Haru. The healing side is only one half of the equation. There's also the mitigation side, right? The players taking the damage, like the tanks and the other DPS. There has to be a ton of stuff going on for those buttons to want to get pressed. Like, the tanks want to mitigate things, right? That's what they do. They want to, like, press all, like, paladins especially. They have, like, a dozen different abilities that mitigate damage. And they probably want to press those buttons, but what is the opportunity? Warriors are really good. Warriors are in a good, I would say Warriors in an excellent spot. Warriors are almost too powerful in certain content. You're thinking Savage and above. I hope it's not just Savage. I hope it's not just Savage, because let's be honest, like, there's a large portion of the population that never sets foot in Savage. I hope it's interesting content all the way up and down the difficulty line. But I see what you're saying. You're adding context to your comments. A real good healer will use their tools more efficiently, so each new tool makes them far more powerful. Whereas a doobie healer sometimes needs to spam all their stuff to make it through. Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. You had a white mage that trapped you in a dungeon for 40 minutes because they were new and messed with mechanics and didn't heal enough. They have to keep those players in mind. White mage was probably my, like, easiest healing class so far. Scholar, oh sorry, not Scholar. Sage is up there right now. Like, Sage is pretty beefy in terms of healing, in my experience at this point. But white mage was like, I got that to 90 so fast. Because all I did was spam dungeons, and I don't think I really had any time where I was like, this is really hard. I felt like white mage was really solid in everything that I did with it. On the other hand, I felt like I had to work really hard on Astrologian to get that to work. I feel like I was pressing buttons constantly with Astrologian. It's like playing the piano. Astrologian constantly made you work just to keep the tank alive? Yeah, okay, so that's not just me. That's exactly how I felt. I felt like my tanks were like always on the verge of dying, almost. Not quite that bad, but you know what I mean. It's just, I feel like it's really demanding in that I have to constantly know how many regens I have available, which ones are on the tanks, how much time is left on them, because if I don't manage that, then the tank dies really fast. And they don't have a lot of throughput spells. So once I run out of those things, then my tank is in danger. That might have just been me being a new healer, and that's totally possible. But, yeah. Sage so far feels really strong in comparison. Astro has a lot of gimmicks. They do. They do. They have a lot of buttons that they have to constantly press. Earthly Star, cards, you know. The cards, I think, are the big thing. It's like a constant low-level background distraction. Like, did I press my cards? I need to press my cards. You know, I need to draw my cards so I can buff my team. Astrologian has a lot of gimmicks now, but it used to have so many more. Yeah, I never played Astrologian back in the day. Like, back when it was first introduced in Heavensward. I never played it back then. My only exposure to it was... There were a lot of people complaining about it, because it was very powerful if you knew how to play it well. And I've talked about this before. It was a healing class that could buff, right? So, if you had a good healer that knew how to play the class, you would always bring it versus another healer, because if they could meet the healing goals, the healing objectives, and also buff, why bring anything else? It's pretty obvious. Time dilation, I remember that, yeah. Yes, I remember time dilation. Sage feels like it keeps the tank alive by itself. You could probably just Tara call and walk off and make a sandwich. To some extent, yes. It does feel that way. I mean, it helps also that I've been doing all of the leveling so far for the last couple days with a warrior. Which makes it a lot easier to get this kind of content. The shields for Sage are not great when compared to Scholar. I haven't played Scholar this expansion. But what I remember when I was playing Scholar, gosh, man. It felt like Scholar was just so damn good. The last time I played Scholar was in Shadowbringers. Scholar has to work for it, so I guess there's a trade-off. Longtime healers want some changes to the role, but it's SE's goal to make healers more approachable. Then they've succeeded. Because you feel like the wait time for healers used to have in Stormblood era is a thing of the past. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you saying that the wait time for healers is longer or shorter? Hail and well met, friends. Hey, Gagolian and crew. Welcome, everybody. How's it going tonight? Welcome, folks. If this is your first time here, I am the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV tonight. We're discussing healers and healing right now, whilst I do dungeons, leveling up my sage. How was your stream? Hello, Camilla Magna. Welcome. Hey, folks. Nobody plays tank. The most needed role is tank. It's a tale as old as time in terms of MMOs, really. Healers and tanks. So I'm just healing. I'm learning how to heal in Final Fantasy XIV. Which, as I've learned, is, there's a lot of, like, downtime. Where I'm just basically DPSing. And we're talking about why that is. Whether or not it's a good thing. Also, I just learned this yesterday. There's a healer strike going on. Where healers are intentionally not healing. Evidently. I don't know how organized it is, but that's a thing. If you're a DPS randomly queuing, you don't need to wait for the healer slot to fill for as long. So you're saying that the healer population has increased? Seems kind of petty. It's something. I'm not sure I would, I don't know how I feel about it. Honestly, it's like, what? Seriously? And the thing that kicked that all off was there was a demo dungeon that was basically done without a healer by a group of Final Fantasy XIV content creators. So they ran like a preview of one of the dungeons that's to come in the next expansion, which releases in a couple of weeks. And they were able to run it with a tank and 3 DPS. And the instant feedback from the community was, well, obviously healers are now obsolete, and Square Enix needs to make a lot of changes to make them meaningful again, and we will now not heal until that is done. That's the, I think that's the TLDR for that. Hey Duke, congrats on your 3-stream streak. You absolutely need healers for casual players. The tank is always a warrior. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like warriors are very strong, and that surprises nobody. Warriors have been strong since Shadowbringers. Super strong. Warriors are kind of like not great for a long time, and then they became amazing. I remember when warriors were like mediocre tanks. Back in, I think it was like, I think ARR, honestly. And then paladins became super mediocre tanks in Heavensward. Like, they were really bad. Nobody wanted paladins in their teams for a long time. No. Leveled up. Nice. Can I post my favorite Final Fantasy 14 meme that you post to the party anytime you do MSQ roulette? Yeah, sure. Are you a sub? If you're subscribed, you can go ahead and post whatever you want. If you're not subscribed, you need to ask a Ghislaine to permit you. Or Camilla can permit you too. Warriors are strong in Stormblood too? Yeah. Because Paladins, by comparison, were awful. Awful. They were so bad. Now every job is at least decent. Yeah, I think every job's in a pretty good spot right now. For the most part. And, I mean, aside from all of the healer stuff that we've been talking about, and the fact that healers don't really have a very strong place in Final Fantasy XIV, like, their role is very diluted, I would say. Aside from that, yeah, all the classes are in pretty good shape. Further permits will have to wait until Ghislaine returns. Paladins and Stormblood were such a joke. Sword, Oath, Stance, LOL. Wasn't Paladin just a... like, when did Paladin become the off-tank? What expansion was that? Paladins became the off-tank and they were like, you should never tank with a Paladin. Stormblood? That was when they got, was that when they got, like, cover was super OP? Was that Stormblood? I'll watch that video in a second. You missed when cover was an extra rampart? Yeah, that was why it was OP. Because it gave the target additional damage reduction. It was crazy. Well, it's a good thing I was standing in the right spot. It's a good thing I was standing in the right spot. I forgot that that ability has like a... a secondary thing you need to look out for. It's not just a stack. There's a stack, and then there's also an ability that the boss is doing at the same time. And if you're standing in the wrong place, you get everybody killed. I forgot all about that. You'd cover the MT for knockbacks and use thing. Use the thing. I like it. Use the thing. Did my DPS get that? Looks like they did. Alright, good. Required a lot of Vogue shirking to maintain aggro anyway. I remember that. The tanks were constantly doing that to maintain threat. Way back when threat was actually a mechanic. You clicked Palisade as a bard? That's all you gotta do. Sing your songs and click Palisade. No tank swaps ever required, just use cover. I have to wait 47 minutes before shouting out Gogolian again. Thank you again for that raid. Having to hunt for healers in PF for the second and third raid tiers in Endwalker was painful. And I honestly think that's why if my 5-man group didn't clear P8S and P12S until those fights were unlocked. Because of the availability of healers. I remember during DSR release, Dark Knight and Gunbreaker were the meta, and a lot of warrior players like, what the fuck? Why Gunbreaker is out DPSing us with just a few buttons? Yeah. The ebb and flow of balance. The ebb and flow of MMO balance. You have a vivid memory of me not wanting to click Mana Shift? Yeah. Yeah, forget Mana Shift. Mana Shift was garbage. It was trash. I'm glad it's gone from the game. Do I still have that, do Black Mage still have that damage mitigation ability? What is it? I had a really long, stupid name. It was like reducing magic damage. It was like a magic damage cooldown. A pocket of stasis, that's it, yeah. Yeah, a pocket of stasis and mana shift. Awful. Awful. Like, two of the worst feeling abilities ever. I feel less bad about Addle because I'm already targeting the boss, right? So if I'm already targeting the boss, then I can use Addle. It's fine. I might need to burn one of my movement abilities to cover the OG CD so I don't waste time, but it's fine. Whatever. A Pocket of Stasis was awful because I needed to know when to use it, and I had to retarget the tank to use it. I didn't like that. And it's just like, it's not something I wanted to be responsible for as a black mage. I didn't want to have a shield that I had to cast on other people. Mana shift was terrible because it's like, you use mana shift, you can only use mana shift in Umbral Ice. You're only in Umbral Ice for like 10 seconds a minute. Right? You can only use it during that time. And it basically meant that you had to spend X more seconds in Umbral Ice to get back the mana that you shifted to somebody else. It's like, get that out of here. What is that? That's terrible. Addle reduces physical damage now too. 5% phys, 10% magic. Nice. Nice. You can now create paradoxes at will. Well, there you go, man. Mana Ward is absolutely necessary. Every black mage should be using Mana Ward almost on cooldown. Because Mana Ward increases your damage. Mana Ward is a DPS ability. And the reason it's a DPS ability is because it means you don't have to move. If you have it up. You can soak one thing. If you have it up. Infinite mana battery to make up for your healer's poor MP management. That's the way people like to market it. North Cross, yeah, that's the way I used to hear it explained to me. Oh yeah, black mages have infinite mana. That's the same as saying you have infinite mobility because you can just spam Scathe. I remember having that described to me too. It was so frustrating because I was like, these people have never played Black Mage a day in their lives. They've only heard a few key things out on the internet. Scathe is an instant cast spell that you can use to move. You've got Mana Shift to give your healers MP, and Black Mages have infinite mana. They just create it out of thin air. And it was just like, they obviously had never done anything practical with that, but they felt like they were educated enough to give advice on it. It was so frustrating. Your healers are always out of mana because they are dead or spamming heals. Well, if you're dead, yeah. There's nothing I could do. There's no amount of mana shifts that'll fix that. If you use Mana Ward, you have to clip one of your GCDs. It lasts a good long time. It lasts for like 30 seconds. And, you know, you can easily fit that into like a, just like use Thundercloud, pop out Mana Ward. It's like I said, it's a damage increasing ability. And I think you should, as a Black Mage, in general, figure out how to use it more frequently. I don't get why Black Mages don't just sleep all the bosses. It just literally stops all their mechanics because they're sleeping. The problem is that the other raid members are constantly hitting the boss. So even if you sleep it, they're still like instantly awake again, right? Clearly it's the thing to do. You have to just sleep the boss. But it is instantly removed because of the other activity going on around you. Scathe lull. It's actually, Lilia, it's actually a banned phrase in my Twitch chat. Welcome back, Ego. Hello, Alhea. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a great Friday. Or late Saturday. Or mid-Saturday, for some folks. Sleep is only for that one mini-boss in Brayflox. It's also for, solo content. You can use it in, like, Heaven on High, if you're into that content with Black Mages. People are complaining about the amount of spoilers in the new trailer. What? Are there legitimately a ton of spoilers in the trailer? Or are folks just being silly, like usual? Speaking of black mages, we have a black mage in our party right now. I should ask them to mana shift me. Hello, Mr. Black Mage, please mana shift me. For whatever reason, I cannot press Lucid Dreaming on cooldown, therefore I need your help. Trailer shows off a bunch of new stuff, but that's the point of a trailer, yeah. Yeah, it is. That's what trailers do. They show off new things. I wonder if people are losing their minds. The name of the first floor was revealed. The first floor of what? The raid? Is that what you mean? Like the first raid tier's name? Yeah, I don't know. I need to be, I think I need to be really extreme in my responses to basically everything if I want to make it as a Final Fantasy XIV player. I need to freak out. Like, totally freak out in ways I've never freaked out before at everything. Then I might be able to keep up. The name of the first raid tier was accidentally leaked, they just forgot to censor it. To stay off of Reddit and Twitter. No, this is actually good. I do stay off of Reddit and Twitter. I wait for Twitch chat to fill me in on all the juicy gossip. That's how it works. That's my strat. It seems to work so far. The name was Light Heavyweight 1. Sounds like a leak to me. Wow, there's so much information there. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's, that is really egregious. Just cannot stand that sort of thing. Light heavyweight. final 3 weight classes are in order: light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and heavyweight. So are we thinking it's like a arena, like a boxing arena? Is that it? They announced the raid tier is based on a tournament. That sounds like fun. Can't believe Sharp is going to be left out of the raid tier. He's at most a cruiserweight. Definitely not a heavyweight, if that's what you're trying to say. You calling me fat? Sorry. Are you calling me skinny? Am I crazy? Does it matter what the raid tier is called? Nope. There's literally no conclusion you can come to based on the name alone. There's no conclusion you can come to based on the name alone. 100% no conclusion. I know this because every time, every single expansion starts off with a very mundane setting and it ends up with you like in outer space fighting aliens on the deck of a spaceship. Like the expansion begins with you on a farm and ends with you fighting God. It's like, come on. They have ways to make this sort of thing less predictable, alright? It's like, the fact that you think that you can actually draw any kind of conclusion based on anything that they show you without the sufficient context is laughable. It is just really, really humorous to me. Sharp is the lighthouse. I am that which guides the way. It's me. I am the lighthouse. Actually, Asphodelos, the first circle, spoiled the fact that it was the first raid battle. You're right. Well, we knew it was called Pandemonium for a while, right? We knew it was called Pandemonium, but we had no idea in what context the Pandemonium existed. We didn't know anything about it until we got a little bit further into it. And they decided to, like, tell us it was an Elpis thing. Pandemonium, the Pandemonium Warden was in Final Fantasy XI. So there's all kinds of different directions that could have gone. And it wasn't until later, when it actually was revealed, that we got, like, the context was revealed, that we had enough information to draw actual conclusions that weren't just wild speculation. I am the walrus? Gagolian is the walrus. Pandemonium Warden is in Baldician Arsenal? Okay, so they added it there too. Is it really? Like, they couldn't think of any better names? They had to reuse the one from Final Fantasy XI twice? Wait a second, isn't... Oh wait, I take that back. Isn't Absolute Virtue also in there? Right? Okay. Yeah, it all makes sense now. That was just the Final Fantasy XI raid. It all makes sense now. AV is as well. It's the Final Fantasy XI raid, yep. You're gonna be hardcore grinding the EX trials. The mount series is legit just different styles of wings on your character model and you just fly around. That's actually pretty cool. That sounds like fun. Did you forget how they make dungeons? You can just apply the same thing to everything else? Oh yeah, you're right. I did forget. Lilia says, I am the shy submarine. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're on the third rotation of this boss's mechanics so far. Enough for me to use Shortcast twice. Nice job. He's a mini-boss before Ozma? Wait, they made Absolute Virtue a mini-boss? What the hell? I feel like that's so disrespectful. That's so bad. Oh my god. Does anybody remember, like, Absolute Virtue from Final Fantasy XI? And the whole deal with him? You used to have to do weeks of farming to spawn him one time. You had to kill all the jailers, get all their drops, and then spawn him, and then fight him for like 8 hours. Oh my god. Of course, we came to find out later, there was like a mechanic that Absolute Virtue had that would have made him easier for people to fight, but people just didn't figure it out. The raiders just didn't know. So what did they do? They fought him, and they like got him stuck on some terrain, and then they killed him for like they actually fought him for like days worth of time. It was probably one of the most unhealthy things I've ever seen in MMO gaming. And then Pandemonium Warden, I think, actually went even further than that and required like I don't know, people died fighting Pandemonium Warden. Like they did not take care of themselves, and they actually collapsed from exhaustion fighting that boss. It's a minion too. I remember it being a minion. That's why I seem to recall it being a boss. Isn't the minion called like Relative Virtue or something like that? I think wings are cool. Is conditional virtue. Okay. Conditional virtue. Not absolute virtue, conditional virtue. Referring to there being a hidden mechanic that nobody figured out being Classic 11. Yeah. Well, that's definitely the way Final Fantasy 11 was designed. From top to bottom, there's stupid hidden mechanics that nobody knows about. So it's not shocking to me that there was a boss mechanic that nobody figured out until the developers told them. Because like I said, it used to take a lot of time to spawn him once. Lots and lots of time. So there's not a lot of repetitions you can go into to actually figure anything out, right? So you better make the best of it. Better get him stuck on some terrain. And then slowly grind away his HP over the course of like 8 hours. $20-hour boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know how long it takes if you actually do him correctly. I want to say it didn't take that long. I want to say it was like 20 minutes or half an hour or something like that. If you actually did the boss in the way it was intended. It might have actually been longer. It's been a lot of time since I read that whole article, so I might be mistaken on some of the magnitudes here. Oh, you see that Black Mage should have used Mana Ward. Should have used some Mana Ward there, but it would have saved me one more heal. Don't worry, I got you. I might need you to mana shift me, though, because I'm out of MP. Don't use anything. Oh my god. I don't have the mana now. I don't have the mana to like, heal you. I'm so sorry. I can't res you again. Maybe I can try. I can try. Alright, we got it. Oh my god. This guy's gonna give me a heart attack, I swear. It's a good thing that Sulu is just tanking his whole boss alone. I'm not helping at all. I'm just trying my very best not to just die. Oh, buddy. I'm gonna put all of my big tanking like heals are gonna go onto the Black Mage, okay? We're all going on to Black Mage. Look at that. Look at the size of that shield! Oh my god, it's huge. Give the Black Mage cardio. I should actually do that. That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Now I heal him. Passively. He's gonna start using Intestinal Crank again, so I need to start preparing for that. This is why Warrior is very, very useful. When you have a DPS collecting Skittles, the Warrior is just like, yeah, you go handle that, I got this. Exactly. Getting those little Skittles, picking them up off the ground. Yes, nice job. He used Mana Ward. He did. He did. I thought that was great. suboptimal Black Mage gameplay. No. I mean, it wasn't great, but the suboptimal Black Mage gameplay would have been to just spam Fire 3 and Blizzard 3 over and over again. That's actually GG's Sulu. Thank you for running. That was a lot of fun. Any Brink of Deathers? Oh yeah, an S-Word Mage would be the worst. The worst. I've seen some really, like, gameplay from Black Mages where it's clear that they just have a fundamental misunderstanding about how the class is designed. And I don't blame them for that. I blame the way that the UI is designed for that. Because it doesn't... Nowhere does the game explain to you how to cast spells in the right way for Black Mage. They just give you all the spells, and they're like, here, figure it out. They're going to give you some context clues, like you regenerate mana in this phase, and you spend mana in that phase. But beyond that, you're on your own. That's it. You're on your own. Enochian, what is that?
Thank you.
Breen, and what's up with these little comments in the margins? Optimal bounce vectors? Show them titties? Are you serious? Sharp, ha ha ha, there's an actual line in this game.
Ada, thank you for the 32-month resub. Welcome back. Yeah, that's a direct clip from Trails of Cold Steel. That was great. Hey, Zach. It's the only class that is hard to learn naturally. And yeah, like I said, it's not... Well, I don't know. I had a bit of a challenge with Sage. I feel much more comfortable with it now. Now that I've had some time with it. But you should have seen me yesterday when I was trying to just, like, make sense of the abilities and where to place them on my bars. And that is, I think, the biggest thing for me. Is once I get things placed logically in the bars, and I get used to, like, if I press this button, this thing happens. If I press this button, that thing happens. Then I can start making tractable progress. When I was just trying to sit there and read the spell book, and I'm like, okay, I've got Toracol and Duacol and Physis and Pepsis and Dosis, and it's like, what does any of this actually mean? What does any of this mean? How are these abilities related together? Which ones are shields and which ones are heals? What is this? Which ones are DPS abilities? I mean, it took me a long time to kind of disentangle everything into a state that made sense for me. Pepsi, yeah. There's Coxis and Pepsis. And if you use one that your target has a natural preference against, it actually deals damage to them. It gives them heartburn. Hello, Napsy. Greetings from Arizona. Welcome. Welcome. Ada, thank you again for the 32-month resub. Black Mage, in its current form, more than any other job, this is Haru, absolutely requires you to read every tooltip for all the traits and abilities, and to actually study the job to have an inkling of what to do. I always recommend, if people are like getting into Black Mage, read the description for the job gauge. Basically, that works for most classes. Read the job gauge description, and it will usually give you a pretty good feeling. Before this existed, it was awful. It was like so hard to figure out what a class did. This is actually a really good summary of how to play the class, but it's super long for Black Mage. Like, what the hell? What is all this? While under the effect of Astral Fire 3 or Umbral Ice 3 and 3 Umbral Hearts, swapping to the opposite element allows you to execute Paradox. Like, what? Hang on. I need Astral Fire and Umbral Ice, or Umbral Ice and 3 Umbral Hearts? Does that mean I can have Astral Fire or Umbral Ice and 3 Umbral Hearts at the same time? Like, is this exclusive or inclusive? Dr. Pepsis, I like it. Black Mage has a job gauge? Oh yeah. I used to drop fouls so often with Black Mage. Back in Stormblood, when fouls had a cast time, I would regularly drop fouls. It would override itself, because foul only had 1 charge, right? Your Polyglot only had 1 charge. And you could only use it to cast foul. And I would always forget. And the number of fouls I remembered to cast in a fight was basically directly tied to the number of, like, the amount of DPS I did. Yeah, Black Mage is horribly difficult to learn in its current state. And it's, like I said, it's not the fault of the players. It's the fault of the UI for not making it easy to like, look at and figure out how to press the buttons they give you. I had an exclamation point foul. I think I got rid of it. JADUK, thank you. Going from Mountain Daylight back to Mountain Standard is super weird. Is that because Arizona doesn't use daylight savings time? Did I read the Summoner gauge? No. That's because Summoner has 4 buttons. Summoner is I would say the exact opposite of Black Mage. It is ridiculously easy to learn. It is super easy to play, and it has, like, no buttons. I just learned how to play Summoner by just pressing buttons in order when they lit up on my toolbar. My action bars. Is it lit? Press that button. Boom. Oh, look, I'm playing the class. Like, there's more to it than that, but that was basically my first experience with it. The only thing you struggle with is all the weird AoEs other than Flare. Yeah, the AoE rotation has gotten really complicated. For no good reason. I don't know why they felt the need to add High Blizzard 2 and High Fire 2 to the game. They just make the game more complicated to play. Like, the AoE rotation was perfectly fine before that. The only complaints I had about the AoE rotation is sometimes I didn't have the mana to recast Thunder 4. Because I just gotten back into Blizzard, into Umbral Ice after casting Flare and had 0 MP. Right? So I would have to get lucky with a mana tick to be able to go Flare, Blizzard 3, Thunder 4, if I didn't have Thundercloud. That was it. That was my only complaint. Sometimes I don't have enough mana in Umbral Ice to cast the spells that I want. And they redid the whole thing, and it's like, High Fire 2 gives you something that buffs Flare, but you have 3 charges of Umbral Hearts, so, and you can't cast that many Flares. So if you don't use up some of the Umbral Hearts by casting High Fire 2, which has a really long cast time for some reason, then you're actually just wasting them. It's just, it blows my mind how they thought that was going to be better. Doesn't High Fire just replace Fire 2? The AoE seems to be the same, with just a new effect. You didn't use Fire 2. Though, that's the thing. But yes, High Fire 2 is just Fire 2 with new graphics and an effect. It gives you that buff that increases the potency of Flare. They removed the Flare buffing effect from High Fire 2. Oh god. Does that mean that we're back to triple Flare? And we use High Fire 2 just to change stances from Umbral Ice to Astral Fire? Is that what that means? Because if so, that's actually very exciting. That means we're back to triple Flare Astral Fire rotation. Because honestly, that flare buff that High Fire 2 gives is extremely confusing to use. It looks really straightforward. It looks like a straight up benefit, but it is so confusing. It's like, do I continue to cast it? I cast it once to get into Astral Fire, and then I have to cast it again to get the buff in Astral Fire, and then I have one more Umbral Heart. Do I use that to cast it again the third time, or do I use it to cast Flare, even though Flare consumes all of my Umbral Hearts? Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad. That's actually good. That makes the rotation easier to figure out. It's very counterintuitive, but that's solid change. The whole AoE cycle is just freeze, AoE thunder, high fire 2, 2x flare, flare star. Good, good. That's actually fantastic. The AoE rotation should always be flare. It should be maximizing the amount of flares you can use. As silly as that sounds, that's really all it should be. And the future, like, as they advance the AoE rotation, should focus on making your flares either, like, making it so you can cast more flares. Imagine a world in which casting flare only consumed, was like instant cast and only consumed one charge of Umbral Hearts. That would be so cool, right? That would be freaking awesome. I would love that. So give me that. Did somebody not interrupt the ability? I feel like my tank was taking a lot of damage there, and I feel like it's also because they didn't interrupt the water wheel. You're supposed to be using Fire 2 into Flare? Oh yeah. Yeah. You're supposed to use Fire 2 like 3 times. And then Flare twice. Use Flare to consume your last Umbral Heart. Cast Fire 2 until you have one Umbral Heart, and then use Flare to consume that Umbral Heart, and then Flare one more time to use up the rest of your mana. And then if you have Mana Font, use that, and then cast Flare one more time. And the like, even worse part of that is, you have to hard cast Flare, which always feels bad. Hard casting Flare always feels bad. Unless you have, ley lines down. Then it feels not as bad. But it still feels bad. Never step into a dungeon with Black Mage again? No one's looking at your cast bar. No one's looking at what you cast. Nobody. And there's no, like, DPS charts anymore. So, don't feel bad. Please don't feel like the things that I'm saying have any bearing on your ability to do dungeons as a Black Mage. You look at what people are casting regularly, I think that puts... Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not saying nobody does. But I will say that it's very rare. And I personally would never judge somebody based on that, aside from the observations that I'm making where I'm like, okay, this Black Mage clearly is new to the class. Right? This Black Mage is new to the class. And either I need to work that into my, like, the things that I'm doing in a dungeon, just understand things are going to take longer to do, which is adjusting my own gameplay, or I can give them advice. And usually people aren't too open to advice in my experience. So what I normally do is I just say, okay, we're in a dungeon, this black mage is obviously new, and things are going to take longer. And that's it. You weren't a fan of black mage AoE? It always felt awkward to you? I'd argue that black mage AoE felt amazing in Stormblood. It felt really, really good and satisfying. And I would love to see that come back. You know what I'm not using? I haven't used Pepsis at all. I really should start using that sometimes. Especially when I need to heal. As in, like, actually fill up somebody's hit on fire. Yeah, I'm a Cokes fan, not a Pepsis fan. Pepsis is almost never used. When you try to give advice, the healer leaves your dungeon midway through. That's why I'm saying I usually have to be very careful, because people get very sensitive, like very, very touchy when it comes to their performance in MMOs. And having strangers tell them what to do. Having a stranger come and tell you what to do is always awkward. But in MMOs, I feel like it's like extra awkward. Extra awkward. Well, that guy's dead. Imagine someone critiquing your performance in the middle of a fight. Yeah, there's no real good, solid IRL parallel to that sort of behavior. It's almost like somebody walking up to you in the middle of the street and telling you that you're wearing the wrong kind of clothes, like critiquing your style, basically. That's what it feels like in terms of how people react to it. So I generally will keep my opinions to myself, and I will adjust my own playstyle because I find that is both easier and less drama. That was a big shake it off. That was a big shake it off. Pepsis is almost never used, or you read that already. Personally, you pretty much have to you look for situations to use Pepsis, and it's often in situations where everyone's collecting tons of Skittles and needs a lot of rapid heals. Sounds about right. Yeah, look at that AoE. Did you see that? Like, the instantaneous drop-off from the fetters? Insanely good. I'd love to see that. We're getting increased room in the glamour dresser? I don't know. Are we getting increased room in the glamour dresser, chat? That is definitely something I have no idea about. Maybe. You want more glam plates, not more room. They haven't announced anything, but in the past they have, so chances are pretty high. What's the crafting change? Oh, by the way, did they announce anything at the live letter yesterday? It was a live letter, right? Usually they take that time to talk about stuff. Is there anything good? A lot? Is there anything good? Break it down for me. I don't want to actually, like, watch the whole video. Whoops, put that on the wrong person. Alright, Monk, go ahead and eat all the AoE you want, buddy. I got you covered, man. There are a lot of spoilers? Dawn Trail spoilers? What do you mean there's a spoilers? Like the name of the raid tier? They announced the new Alice and Alpino dolls for sale. That's more like what I'm looking for. Hell yes. Give me more merchandise, please. I don't know what it is about this pack. I think it's the big blue guy, but tanks always get their ass kicked here. Yeah, there's somebody doing an untelegraphed tank buster, and it is really just like beating my tank's face in. It's the Naiad. The Naiad is what's doing it. The Kelpies have tank busters? Is that what it is? I thought it was the Naiads. I thought they had like a big like a swing thing. It's built into their auto attacks. Guess not, because these are not hitting the tank nearly as hard as the other pack was. In fact, my Haima didn't even get popped. This sounds really weird to say. My Haima was up the entire time. Expired. So it didn't... These guys just didn't even deal enough damage to, like, soak up all the shields on the tank. It's gotta be the Kelpies, then. Kelpies naturally have an untelegraphed tank buster. Got it. They announced something that emotes for dailies were finally worked into the quest log. What? What does that even mean? Aren't there like a million dailies where you just have to emote and that's it? That's always been the case, though. Go to NPC and say hi. Now you don't need to say hi. Oh, okay. Got it. Well, is that good? Is that a good change, chat? I'm not sure precisely what that means, so... Seems like it would be a good change. Is that something you're looking forward to? Like, man, those emote quests. Whew, so glad that those are now in the quest log. It's quality of life. Oh, it's now a button. Oh, that's pretty nice. You know how in WoW it had the quest item next to the quest in the log? It's that feature. That's great. That is a really strong quality of life improvement, actually. Something I'm glad to see. They should have the new housing, which looks like a witch's house in a fantasy forest. Oh, that sounds pretty fun. They should up a lot of the new minions and mounts, but don't tell you exactly where it's from to make you go, I want that. Alright, so what are the things I need to know from the live letter? Since I am ostensibly a Final Fantasy XIV content creator. So I can speak intelligently about it. Be like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I totally watched the live letter. New glasses. Glasses gear slot. What? The EX trial mounts or wings? Yes, I heard about that. That seems exciting. That seems exciting. I like that. I wonder if the, somebody was saying that the, after you get all the wings, like maybe the big ultra mount that you get after you collect all of the different smaller mounts. So we got enhanced Caracol. Nice. Now it has a regen. Is actually just you turning into a biblically accurate angel with like 6 pairs of wings. It was a lot of showing off the normal things you'd expect, like new characters and mounts, etc. Got it. They showed off an unarmed girl character that people theorize is an Ascian. Okay, why do they theorize this girl character is an Ascian? Where's our toothpick slot so we can cosplay Jackie Daytona? Has anybody here not seen What We Do in the Shadows? You should absolutely watch that. You meant unnamed. Okay. There's now a face wear slot where you can equip glasses free of helmets and hats. That's big. That's big. Being able to use glasses on top of your like headwear is big. Her belt has a like mask-looking thingy on it. Okay, got it. Doesn't Gaius's belt also have mask-looking thingies on it? But he uses it to collect masks. Double sunglasses. That's there you go, that's what we need. Or double sunglasses. So, Strawberry, this is the result of the outfit that you helped me create earlier. Looks pretty good. I'm very satisfied with the outcome. She has some accessory stuff that looks a lot like some Ascian's symbol. Okay. When put side by side, it looks a lot like this symbol. They added a feature changing how notifications in raids are displayed. Things like the boss is preparing a big attack are now displayed as a flashing red banner. Interesting. So, like in Evangelion, when it's showing like the warding across the middle of the screen and it's like big flashing lights, and it's just like the text is scrolling by. Angel detected, right? Now it's going to be like boss is about to use a tank buster or something like that. As a self-proclaimed Glamour collection and Glamour enthusiast, I approve, says Strawberry Sundays. Yes, I agree. Like, we're still not at the point where we have a catalog of gear that I can just go through and select the things that I want in my Glamour, right? One at a time, boom, boom, boom. And it unlocks as you pick up items, instead of having to carry the item with you forever. Right, we're still not at that point yet, but we're getting steps forward, right? We're taking little baby steps in the right direction. Small quality of life change. It looked like they lessened the loading screens. They showed him flying from the sky into a dark forest without another zone title. That's actually really good. That's big. I wonder if that's a side effect of the whole, like, graphics engine overhaul. If they can make assumptions that the hardware that they're running on has more horsepower, then they can lessen the amount of loading screens that the game has. Bicolored gemstone cap increased to 1,500 from 1,000. Oh. Oh, okay. That's for all those people that, like, really farm fates. I farmed fates for a long time. I did a lot of fate farming back in the day. Not so much today. Two of 60. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. So many fates. I will never reclaim that time. I'll never get that back. All that time I did running around in circles from place to place. Just doing fates constantly. They know what bait you need to catch certain fish. Okay. Okay, that's good. A lot of showcasing of the areas, the map, dungeons, etc. That sounds pretty good, actually. Sounds like a solid live letter. They're getting people hyped for the expansion. Is everyone here hyped? We all excited for the launch? Has everyone here picked up their early access so they can start a week before everybody else? You still haven't bothered with the gemstones? I forget what gemstones do for you. What are they good for? They get you, like, mounts or something? Or glamour? Yoshida reaffirmed anyone that Dawn Trail will not be delayed like Endwalker was dooming about. Okay, so it's not being delayed. Got it. Good. Special mounts, crafting materials. Oh, right. I remember farming bicolored gems to get specific crafting materials now. Yes. It's all coming back to me. Wait, who did the Haima go on? I think it went on the Samurai, but I can't be sure. Did they say anything about the a new limited job? I know there were a lot of folks that were like hypothesizing about the limited jobs that are going to be in the new expansion. Is that still a mystery, or have they announced that yet officially? Oh well, you're screwed. I think you got hit by something real big there, buddy, and that is not good. That is not good. Don't mind me, I'm just running into a wall. We needed stuff to die, and it did not die. The bears and the scorpions hit really hard. Yeah, I remember. I recall that being the case. You want to see a new venue open up? The Pokemon Gambling Rings in Ul'dah. Isn't Pokemon just was it Lords of Verminion? Isn't that what it is? My Hema came off of cooldown just as he died. I was just about to press that button and he just fell over. Lords of Verminion is a mini MOBA. Yeah, but it's like... it uses your pets. Right? So... are you talking about, like, fighting other people's pets? World of Warcraft style? Because Warcraft has that too, right? One of my friends only plays Warcraft because of that. That's all she does. It's the only content in Warcraft that she engages in is just the pet battles. I mean, it's really fun. It's good stuff. Don't get me wrong. Good content. It's pretty funny though. Pet fights with friends. Okay, got it. And then they could have, like, competitive ladders, right? And they would have little gyms in each of the cities. I'm surprised we killed everything but 3 things. We killed all of that trash except for 3 things by the time everyone died. Seriously? We couldn't finish it off? I mean, did you see how close to dead everything was in that pack? It was so close. Warrior would have lived? Oh, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. A warrior would have 100% lived. I also think it underscores the importance of good, solid damage. Where is our 4th party member? Oh, there he is. Okay. I feel like it gets lost sometimes, just how important it is to actually have competent DPS. It allows your tanks and your healers to do so much more. Right? If you can like kill a pack within, I don't know, let's just say like 30 seconds, just pulling a number out of thin air. then your tanks and your healers can be so much more aggressive. Guess I should use Lucid. Don't mind me. Just casually running myself out of mana. As I sit here with 3 stacks of Addersgall. DPS technically are the real healers since they prevent your tanks from dying to unnecessary damage. So, the way I always think about that, the way I reason about DPS is it's about damage prevention, right? The best way to heal is to not take damage. And the best way to not take damage is for the boss or whatever you're fighting to be dead. So the faster you kill stuff, the less healing you need to do. The less damage needs to be mitigated. If a fight goes on for 60 seconds longer, that's a lot of extra damage you have to heal. DPS is the ultimate mitigation tool, so it depends on whether you consider mitigation part of healing or not. I do. I consider mitigated damage to be a healing. Healing is not just filling up hit point bars. Alright, we're being aggressive. I mean, I like it, but still. Remember what happened last time. Oh, I don't have the thing that gives me back a charge of Addersgall. What is that ability? I don't have Rizal Mata. That's level 74. God. No wonder I was caught off guard by that. I pressed it. I thought I had already used it. This section here is actually also pretty hard. Like, it hits hard. So I hope the tank's prepared for it. That slow has got to be so frustrating for things to deal with. Alright guys, you just start killing everything that's at 1 HP. There's like 4 things and they're all at less than 5% health. Just finish it off. Just kill it, please. These little gremlins hit harder than the bears and the scorpions. They also put that debuff on you. They put that thing on you, that means you have to be like consoled or something like that. Skull's Bridle is the AoE. I like when people put it right there, because that means that they've done it with they've done this dungeon with a trust. That is 100% what that means. It's the only time I thought to myself, yeah, that should really go there because there's a missing spot precisely sized for it to exist. Was after I had done this dungeon with a trust. And the trust guys put it there. Sam and Bard are both changing a lot less than Monk, so the leveling experience doesn't matter as much. Alright, we gotta put it right where... You see, that's the other place. You can put it over there. Right? As long as it's out of the way. Also, it doesn't matter to me if people take damage. Why? Because I'm the healer. It's all good, man. Speaking of which, though, should this thing be dead? I've been dosising my ass off. Go on the outskirts to take the dashes in the middle. It never goes over well. It's because people know. They know now that it can go in the empty spot. And it looks better. It looks more symmetrical if it's in the empty spot. That's my argument anyway. Is that people know it goes there, so they now they feel compelled to put it there. Okay, here's a question. Should I use my shield on the tank just to generate a charge of Toxicon? Or is it better for me to just continue spamming Dyscrasia? Ow, 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 ow! It's probably always better just to continue spamming Dyscrasia, but I just want to be sure. It is a breakpoint in Aurora. Yeah, generally speaking, that's normally not the case. Like, usually it's pretty obvious when you should be using one versus the other, but in this case I'm like, yeah, well, Toxicon does twice the damage, almost twice the damage, of Dyscrasia. So, I don't know, actually it's only 300 for the first enemy. So I guess the answer there is pretty resoundingly no. Ow, ow, ow! Fuck. I need to not be standing on top of that. I sure hope he starts kiting back to me. Sometimes you'll just put a shield on yourself and purposefully stand in puddles for the extra stack. Oh, I see. You need to, like, run this direction. Super Bolite is nice, but you need to... Okay. gonna say, did the tank go AFK? Oh, Jesus. I'm sure if they start running back some point. General flow between pulls. You shield the tank, then yourself if you have enough time. Got it. I'm a little surprised they don't call Swiftcast something weird in Greek for sages. It's like, you know, it really needs to be very Greek for this class. I can't believe that samurai just sat there and waited for me to res him. It's so rude, man. Did you go grab a coffee too? Did you bring one for me? It's a class skill, so it's the name for everyone. Same for everyone. I understand that. I'm just they should have disabled Swiftcast for sages and given them another ability that does the same thing, but it's named something weird and Greek. Then I feel like it would have been fitting. Swiftus Casticus. That's Latin. That's not Greek. That's Latin. They should give sages 2 Swiftcasts. I'm okay with that. Yeah, Swiftcast, and then you got like, I don't know, some weird name, just a random bunch of letters and some vowels thrown in. Who knows? Man, look at the size of that regen. Or that regen, the shield. Did you see the size of that shield? On the tank? It was huge. Enormous. Oh my god, it was so good. All of Sage's abilities are official medical terms, most relating to the gallbladder. Great. That's fantastic. So they're like old school doctors about what the? How did they not get any of my heals? Where are these people? How did you avoid both of my AoE heals? Are you serious? How is that even possible, man? I'm so confused right now about how they were out of range for everything I was trying to do. I was even standing close to the middle of the arena trying to actually just like heal people. Just get them. Yo, thank you for stacking. That's great. Oh, he released. That's unfortunate. I was not looking for the guy to release. The shield, the tank's shield was enormous. It was huge. It was like half of his hit point bar. Look at that. It's like a 13,000 point shield. Yes, give me the dance partner. All the SAM skills are also actual Japanese words. I actually am not surprised by that. That seems pretty accurate. Yeah, they decided to release. I think they got frustrated because they rezzed during this ability and instantly died again. And then I couldn't res them because my Swiftcast was on cooldown and I didn't have an ability to just stand there for 10 seconds to hard res. Who else is sad that Kaiten is no longer in the game? Wait, did we get the... There's like a pet that drops here, right? How did I get 2 player commendations from that? Were they doing the same dungeon that I was? Where the tank died on the first, or on the second pack, and then I died because I was standing in the wrong spot like an idiot? What? Kaiten will never be gone. It will always exist within our hearts. I liked Kaiten. Wow, some serious emotions about Kaiten right now. Why don't they have a trait called Glorious Nippon Steel, folded over 10,000 times? Damascus. Kaiten was a pointless ability, only used it on 4 things. Kaiten was an awful gameplay. Wow, man. Clearly I touched on a nerve there. Alright, forget it. Forget I said anything about Kaiten. I hate it too. All my homies hate Kaiten. Blah. Gross. Oh my god. Shadowfang, wasn't that that was like the ninja dot, right? Don't make a sword stronger than Zentetsuken. That's a fun looking ability. The PvP one. You think you insulted your entire group. Everybody died, except for you, it being the tank. And you soloed the first boss. Are you playing a warrior? You got 1 commendation. You missed Shadowfang on Ninja. It did look cool. I remember the animation looking quite cool. Oh, yeah, Gunbreaker. Okay, yeah. Okay, you were playing the tank, but you were on Gunbreaker, not Warrior. It was a Kinky spender, but now you have a lot more options for Kinky. should probably fire up my samurai at some point. Because like I said, samurai is one of my favorite melee classes. Samurai... Speaking of samurai, we have a samurai and a reaper. Is this the same gunbreaker? It's not, right? I think it's a different gunbreaker. Ah, now I have the thing that gives me a stack of Adder's Call. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I don't think you're the only person with that opinion. I mean, clearly there's some very strong opinions about samurais that I was unaware of in chat. Tank is getting his ass kicked right now. It's just me. I'm the problem. Oh god. Everything is at like 1 hit point again, dude. Chat. I'm gonna solo the rest of this frickin' pack. It's me. Never mind. I'm not. I did kill the other two things, though. Were all the warriors? I don't know. I shouldn't need warriors in order to do dungeons. It shouldn't be a problem. I should be able to heal, like, keep these people alive. This is the second dungeon in a row where I've, the tank has died on like, the last second on the second pack going towards the first boss. So, I can't necessarily just say, oh, the DPS are slow. Although in this case, I'm like, come on, there were like 4 things with literally one hit point. I just used 1 Toxicon and it killed 2 things. Did we lose somebody? If only I was stronger, I could have saved them. Exactly! I need to train harder, chat. I need to increase my power level, alright? I want to become the most dominant sage in Final Fantasy XIV. You call them stickers? The Sen? You need the, what is it, like the red Sen, the red sticker, the blue sticker, and the green sticker? The funny colored stickers, I like that. Oh, by the way, we're getting new emotes. I've been talking about this for a while, but the emotes are almost ready. We're getting some new ones. And some, like, refreshes of older ones. I just discovered the other day that I have like 10 open emote slots. Because at one point I was up to like 150 subscribers on the channel. So I have all of the emote slots unlocked from that point, which is a lot. It's a lot of emote slots. And I've got a bunch of animated emote slots that I'm not currently using. So there's that too. Anyway, should be fun. What theme did you pick for the emotes? My cats. My cats are always the theme for my emotes. I think you'll like them. You think your favorite emote that I have is the hello emote where Eon is waving to the camera. I like that one too. It's very cute. Everybody spam your favorite emote from the channel. If you have one. I want to see it. There are a few emotes that never get used too, so I might rotate a few of them out. Maybe. Someday. There's a few that like are never used. Never. The animated ones actually very rarely get used. Running away from the emotes. Yeah, well, there you go. Has anybody actually used the new power-up system that Twitch added 2 days ago? Has anybody actually used that? You can now pay bits to make emotes big or like cause emotes to flood the channel screen. Things like that. Yeah, you can use the big emotes. I wasn't expecting somebody to actually do it, but yes, that's exactly what it looks like. Railway, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Railway likes the T emote. Yeah, me too. That one's fun. I don't know if we're gonna do that, man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, Chief. We need, like, really strong damage to kill these things in time before you explode, so I hope you know what you're doing. We did it, and it wasn't even hard. Not even hard. Easy. Easiest pull of my life. Let's do that again. We're doing it this time. Yeah, we totally did it. Absolutely we did. Like I said, making it look as easy as it is. Gunbreaker has yet again another insanely high potency finisher. Is this guy just going like link dead or something? Is he just disconnecting repeatedly or what's happening here? Wait. Yeah, I mean they've been steadily removing Are you saying that they're removing RNG from abilities, like class abilities? Because the crit is still a thing, and crit is still like a very powerful mechanic, very powerful stat. And folks love crit. They love it. It's the favorite stat for most people because you get the big numbers if you stack enough of it. You bit into his Ethernet cable. Well, don't do that, please. Can we make all of the AoE heals have, like, the same range as some of the gigantic effects? Please? Or whatever. Like, make the range less of a necessity. Because it is so frustrating to, like, be, for instance, in range for Earthly Star, but out of range for all of the AoE heals that I have. Who thought that was a good idea? All AoE heals are now Earthly Star. Alright, I'm not necessarily talking about going that far, but come on. It's a little silly. Like, well, if you're using this spell, the range is this, and if you're using this spell, the range is that. It's like, well, they should all just be AoE heals. It should be AoE heal the spell. Alright, maybe that's a little bit excessive, but still, seriously. Why do I have to be like... Why does it have to be so inscrutable? Our DPS on this boss is actually really high. I wonder why the trash seems to take so long. Maybe that's just me. Maybe the trash is actually super fast and I have unrealistic expectations of DPS performance. Who's forgetting to AoE? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, suspicious. It's a little bit weird. Wait, what? No, heal. Wait, why was that not healing? Can rant for hours about how poorly designed Bard is. Is there a reason why Bard has one button you push every 30 seconds and that's it? Who here is hating on your main? Let's see. I'm not going to name any names. It's in Twitch chat. Somebody does not like Bard. I will agree that it's like, it feels a little bit archaic to have dots and then have one button that refreshes both of those dots, so you just have to press every 30 seconds. And if you forget to press that button, you are like ridiculously punished because then you have to reapply both of your dots and spend 2 more GCDs. That feels a little like they could do a little bit of a quality of life improvement there. I liked it when it was crit based. I know that's terrible. I know that like people hate randomness in their classes, but I honestly really liked it when Bloodletter would refresh on crits. That was actually pretty fun. I'm not entirely sure where I picked that up either. Thinking about that, like, why do I find that sort of thing interesting? There was a game I used to play called Vindictus. I found a use for Pepsis, by the way. I think I know when to use Pepsis. Where if you got a crit, there's a class you could play where if you got a crit, you could immediately do a follow-up attack, right? And if that follow-up attack crit as well, then you could immediately do another follow-up attack after that. And not only did the follow-up attack look and sound awesome, it did a lot of damage. Right, so it was an extremely satisfying button to press. And I got a lot of that feeling out of Bloodletter and it being a crit-based ability. So I think there's just something that I find uniquely interesting about that. It's not necessarily going to say it's a good mechanic, but it does feel good. It feels good to press those buttons. There's also something about the, like, it made this ding when it procced. And you're like, yes, my ability, my cool ability is now ready. It was fun. I enjoyed that. Massive Gunbreaker continuation only procced per crit. That actually sounds pretty cool. I mean, I don't know how Gunbreakers feel about that, but like, if you every time you crit, you're like, boom, continuation. Pops up, lights up on your screen. It's like, it's time. Finish them. I don't know why I'm trying to, like, shield the DPS, but I am, for some reason. more into skill speed. It feels nice to be a minigun. I think skill speed is, like I said, the most interesting stat in Final Fantasy XIV. Which, I know there's not a lot of stats to choose from, so it doesn't really say a lot. But I find skill speed to be incredibly fun. Which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited about Viper, specifically. Because they've said pretty clearly that Viper is a fast-playing, active class. So I'm very excited to see how they realize that, and if it's actually something that, you know, feels engaging to play. That sounds horrible? No, man. I'm telling you, it was great. It felt really good. I don't know if it would translate well into Final Fantasy XIV, but it was like, you get a crit, then boom, something lights up, and you push it, super powerful, like, boom, boom! It's like, bam! So, I don't know if it would translate well to this game, but it was fun in the other one. In optimization, RNG feels awful, but sometimes suboptimal feels fun for whatever reason. I argue that if randomness mattered in optimization, people would not gear for crit in this game. They would gear for skill speed and direct hit and debt. And skill speed and debt, really. That's it. They would gear for skill speed and debt. If consistency mattered to the people that play this game at a high end, they would gear for skill speed and debt, but they go for crit and direct hit, which are the two things that introduce the most randomness into their outcomes, because it has the most possibility for the highest upside. But yeah, I agree. Like, there's certain things that, like, are just fun mechanics, and they just don't work out at the high end because they're just unreasonable to expect people to play at that, like, in that way, in that content. Wouldn't that be because number-wise you're more often to gain damage than lose it? No, I don't think so. Maybe there's a... I doubt the people that are stacking it have gone to the point where they're like, yeah, the average expected outcome if I make all of the same decisions across a fight would be higher with crit rating than with skill speed and debt. I don't think that they put that much thought into it. Maybe they did. But even then, what are you saying with that? You're saying that sometimes I'm going to underperform. Sometimes I'm going to overperform. Why is that? Why do you want that? Why do you want that variance in your outcomes? Right? And it's not because you did anything different. It's just because you happen to get lucky. And the reason for that is because people want to have that possibility of the overperformance. Right? When you perform well and you get lucky, what happens? You top DPS meters. You get the #1 position for damage. If you don't use crit, somebody else is going to use crit, and they're going to get lucky, and they're going to beat you. Not because you did anything different, or because you underperformed, but because they got lucky. That's why crit is used. You're rolling the dice. Skill speed runs into the issue of rotational desync. Yeah, okay. So let me clarify there. There are certain classes for which skill speed is a reasonable alternative to crits. Final Fantasy XIV is constructed in such a way that, like, you get a lot of weirdness if you move your skills around for a lot of classes, where it's actually detrimental to you to be too fast. In the cases in which it is not, that's what I'm talking about, right? Clearly I'm not talking about cases where you stack skill speed and it reduces your damage. Like, that's not what I'm discussing. Yeah, like Black Mage and Samurai are good examples of that. Where if you just do your rotation faster, it results in more damage. And it doesn't result in weird things like, oh, well, now I don't have these abilities lined up for my burst window. I'm not talking about classes like that. Crit variance is such a huge factor, it can actually make up for rotational errors to a degree. It's really bad. I think crit and crit damage should be two separate stats. I don't know if that would actually solve the problem, but crit being both chance and magnitude in one stat overvalues that stat to a huge degree compared to other stats. You understand that's why skill speed is not used? Are you saying that certain classes would use skill speed if there was no rotational? Like, maybe they would. Maybe they would. I don't know, but I don't think that's the case. I think people would still prefer crit. Like, if it wasn't suddenly an issue in terms of mechanics. Hey, Sonatina. Welcome. I'm over here making sense. I'm just talking. I'm just saying words. And sometimes they make sense. They line up. You have to keep in mind, most of the time when I'm pontificating about Final Fantasy XIV, I'm also half playing the game, like doing a dungeon. So I don't know if I put too much stock into what I say. Maybe I say something that resonates with you, and you're like, yeah, that actually does make sense. Then there you go. Take it for what it's worth. How's it going, man? It's good to see you. You'd totally be a 1.5 GCD warrior. Yeah, dude. Just pump out those fell cleaves, right? Just boom, 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 boom. You weren't listening? Can you repeat it? You're over on YouTube. You can actually just rewind the video if you want to hear me pontificate again. Doing some summer break things? Nice, man. That's good to hear. What are my plans for Dawn Trail? Black Mage, I think. Black Mage first. I think I've landed on that. Black Mage first, and then Viper, and then Pictomancer. I might do Black Mage and Viper like at the same time. That might be a bit of work, but we'll see. But I think it's gonna be Black Mage, Viper, Picto, and then maybe healers after that. I don't have a static. I haven't put that much thought into rating. You don't like direct hit either. It's basically classic crit. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, direct hit is basically crit, and crit is another stat on top of that. So yeah, there's like 2 layers of crit, one of which has additional scaling. Do I want to join you for Party Fighter Adventures? Always, Strawberry. 100%. You know it. The arrow back when it was a haste buff was despised by all but Black Mage due to the rotational desync alone. It was. I loved arrow on Black Mage, but everybody else hated it. That's why I love playing Black Mage. Spell speed, baby. Let's go. There's crit hit and critical direct hit. Yes, 2 different hits. Crit hit, direct hit, and critical direct hit. I'll screw up your DPS. Try me. Don't think I will? I've got this arrow card in my hand and I'm just itching to play it. Ah, the good old days. So, Natina, what are your plans for Dawn Trail? Last time I came by your stream, you were playing Summoner. You still playing Summoner? Straight up eat balance for the enhance effect just to screw with monks. Oh no. Why? You're looking for a static? Twice a week. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, the amount of time and energy that it takes to run or like even be part of a static at the bleeding edge of content, like first week clears, even second week clears, is beyond what I'm able to commit to the game. So I think Party Finder is probably going to be the right cadence for me. Summoner, you're going to stay with, and then Viper and Picto. Sounds like you and I are on the same page. You haven't streamed Final Fantasy XIV in over a year. What are you playing these days? Every card but the balance is worthless. I remember that meta. You're playing Raising a Kid? Got it. Got it. Hope that's going well for you. You min-maxing? I'm playing Viper for your week 1 static. Haru, I wish you the best. I think that's going to be very exciting. Sleeping Sketch says, I'm hoping to find a static, but I don't know my weird time schedule will fit with anyone. Okay. Hades 2 has been your jam lately? I mean, Hades 1 was amazing. I have high expectations for Hades 2. I haven't played Hades 2 at all. I'm saving it for when they actually release the game. Once they do that, I think I might dig into it for a bit. I did that with Hades 1. I actually had one of I was like top 50 speedrun record holder in Hades 1. Sketch come Party Finder adventure. That's, hey, the more the merrier, right? Yeah, I don't know, Sonatina, maybe. I just played it for a bit. I remember it was just like, I got so engrossed in it for a while because of the depth of that game. Nier Automata? If I got you hooked on Nier Automata, man, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. That game is fantastic. It is so good. Here's the thing about Nier Automata, though, that I thought going into it, was that playing Nier would give me context for what happens in Nier Automata. And it's like, it doesn't. At all. There's one character that's like a there's three. There's 3 characters that are like a carryover from Nier. That if you play Nier, then you have a little bit more context about who they are and, you know, why they exist. But the main story points are just completely separate. Yeah, like Nier is fun, and you should definitely play Nier. I really enjoyed that game, and I thought it was very well done. Except for the farming. There's like insane amounts of farming in that game for some reason to get all of this stuff. That I didn't really enjoy. But man, everything else is so good. The storyline is super fun. The boss fights are super fun. Boss fights in that game are crazy. They're like bullet hell. I guess Nier Automata's similar in a way. Yoko Taro is weird. You know what Yoko Taro is? He's a fan of the ladies. That's what Yoko Taro is. Imagine being the game director and being like, no, her butt doesn't have enough polygons. You're embarrassing us right now. I want you to triple the number of polygons and then triple it again, okay? Kojima exists? Yeah, Kojima's... Does anybody here play Death Stranding? Any Death Stranding fans out there? Oh, yes. Yeah, I got about halfway through that game. I need to go back and actually finish it, but that game is... it's impressive. It just really strikes me as a tech demo, because they just really wanted to, like, they were working on this amazing engine, and they really needed to, like, release a game, so they released Death Stranding. But it's such a great video game in general. I can't wait to see what they do with the sequel. You got tied up preparing roads? Yeah. Yep. I got tied up trying to do, like, perfect deliveries for everything. In my truck. I got a truck. So I'm just driving around the wasteland, trying to do deliveries for all these people. And I forgot to do the actual main storyline quest. Sleeping Sketch says, apparently Kojima asked the character model for Quiet in MGS5 to let them scan the bottom of her feet for accuracy. Okay. Alright. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. This is the guy that made all the Metal Gear Solid games. He's have you ever if you play Death Stranding, you should go back and start a new game. Just start a new game and then read how many times Kojima's name appears in the opening credits. It's like Death Stranding. Hideo Kojima production. Produced by Hideo Kojima Studios. In association with the Hideo Kojima Foundation. It's a little ridiculous. It's important for his vision. I get it. I get it. I get it. Those creative types, they can be really picky. Did you know the S in Strand stands for Strand? No. I didn't know that. Are you sure? Voiced by Hideo Kojima. There's actually a role that Hideo Kojima played in one of his games as Hideo Kojima. And somebody asked him, they're like, hey, do you ever plan to reprise that role? And he straight up said no. I never plan to play Hideo Kojima as Hideo Kojima. Alright, man. I don't think they're gonna find anybody better, but it's up to you. You can rescue him in Metal Gear Solid 5? There you go. I'm sure that was it. I'm sure it was it. He's in Cyberpunk too? What? I didn't know that. He is? Where? He's in a rich hotel talking to snobby friends about the future of emotional movies. Oh my god. That's great, man. He's in the lobby in the beginning. Do you have to do like a playthrough as a particular class? Or is it just like when you get to the lobby of the big building with the like ends the intro? And the heist for the chip in the beginning, you find him near where the bar is. Wow, that's an Easter egg I was not aware of. That's crazy. Super fun. But crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Did he voice himself? So that must be the role they're talking about. Special thanks to Hideo Kojima. It's a little ridiculous. It's a little bit out of hand. So Soteria applies to your heals from your Cardia? That's really interesting. Huh. So I'm not healing, but I'm watching the stacks go down, so that's the only thing that could be possibly going on there. In the Cyberpunk credits, you see co-directed by Hideo Kojima. You're purposefully spreading information online. Sketch. You can't tell people that. You gotta let them figure that out themselves. Alright? You gotta let that moment of embarrassment go by when they tell their friends, and their friends are like, that's not true, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, I heard it in this Twitch channel from a Final Fantasy XIV streamer that I watch every now and then. It's completely true. Start a new game of Death Stranding and we'll all take shots whenever we say Hideo's name. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. I think we would be okay. I don't think it's more than 3 or 4 times. As much as I'm memeing about it, it's like, it's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. Oh my god. This is the first time that I've seen a DPS actually use the LB on a trash bag. Insane. What the hell's happening here? Sketch, you'll never be erased from existence, because you'll always exist within our hearts. Alright? Sephiroth says, I will never be a memory. That's it. That's it. It's the same thing. I mean, Sketch is basically the Sephiroth of the channel. I'm not sure what that means precisely, but there you go. There's no way I get killed here, right? This is totally safe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Phase Bros says, I finally reached a new milestone in tanking tonight. Oh yeah? Finally ran with a healer so fast that he was impatient enough to keep rescuing me to every trash pack. That's an important milestone to reach. I agree. Like your healer's just running ahead. Already at the next trash pack. Yoink. You're too damn slow. Get over here. Accidentally misclicked the rescue on a tank once. Could not stop apologizing in chat. We felt so bad, says Sketch. It happens. Next time, just insist that it was intentional. Like, really lean into it. Blame them for it. Like, listen, I wouldn't have rescued you if you were just a little bit faster, okay? You gotta keep up. We have the capacity to do this twice as fast as we're currently doing it right now. So why aren't we? We're all for going fast, but tanks gotta go at their own pace. I totally agree. As much as I'm poking fun at this right now, different players have different speeds at what they want to, play the game. And forcing somebody else to play the game at your speed is, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, the tank in this dungeon is, from what they said, brand new to tanking. Right? Yeah, they're going more slowly. Does that mean I should just start yanking them around? I don't think so. I think that would actually be really bad. I think that would be very rude of me to do that. Oh God. Help me! Everything's fine. We're all fine here. There we go. Kept him long enough, kept him alive long enough so that Blood Wedding came back off cooldown. And suddenly everything was fine again. Just gotta read the room. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I try to be as accommodating as possible. You're not a real healer main because you haven't yet rescued someone to their death? Is that a requirement these days to become a real healer main? Is that why healers are striking? They don't get to rescue enough people to die? Listen, I can't believe you had the gall to go off and do a dungeon without me and rob me of an opportunity to make you dead. Okay? Like, that is extremely selfish of you. Are you kidding me? Emboldened right now, huh? That's a really bold move, I gotta say. That is an emboldened move. You think we're gonna have enough DPS time to take care of all that, huh? Another 6 seconds. I mean, maybe. I guess I had pretty good uptime during that, so maybe everything's okay. Man, that was definitely not what I wanted to do there. Prognosis? What? Not the best place for that. Yikes, though. That did a lot of damage. It's fine, though. It's fine. We got this. We got that. We got Glossolalia. We got this. Easy. Now kill him. Good work. Good work. The other thing they announced was crafted gear now comes out at the same time as the raid tier, so prices are going to be really, really, really high. So we should be investing in dyes right now, is that what you're saying? Restock on your favorite dyes before the prices spike in 13 days. You say restock, I say invest. That's what you meant, right? Invest in dyes. looking at balance. Everyone is panicking. That's coming out at the same time, so I'm assuming it was correct. Everyone's panicking. Yes. I have to go look and see what kind of newlets we have access to. I have this great glamour. I need to make sure that I'm actually representing my newlets properly, too. Like, do we have any crafted newlets we can take a look at? Level 79, we're almost level 80. So close. Let's see, newlets, right? Where's the sage stuff? There we go. Milpreaves of the Round. Those look pretty sick. Those actually look pretty cool. There's 140 of them for sale. How are there 140 of these things and they still cost 6 figures? Is anybody selling them? Do they have just that much volume? See, what I usually do with crafting, here's what I do. I level 1 crafter, which is normally culinarian to max. And then I leave everything else where it is. I just level up like 1 and I just call it good. I don't have any time or patience to deal with anything related to like competing with all of the other super motivated people that have like so many more hours than I do to invest in like crafting. I do that, and then I level up my gatherers to max level, and then I gather and sell materials to the people that are buying it. And then I make millions of gil, and I just sit there with all the money that I need for the entire expansion. And I just do that every time. Blue Spirit Wings. Okay, they look like, I was gonna say they look like markers. Like, with really long tips. People at Endwalker celebrated the relics being bis when finished as a new thing. When it's been that way for 10 years. Wait, what? Wait, that can't be true. That can't be right. People were celebrating that the relics were best in slot after they were completed? Hasn't it been that way since relics were in the game? Since they were first introduced? The whole point of relics is to give people cool leveling weapons. Or weapons with which to do the raid tier more easily. That's the whole point. They're not for, like, hardcore players. Unless you really, really, really want to get that 99th percentile after the raid tier has been unlocked. It was equal to Bahamut in ARR, and ever since then it's been better. Aren't relics an alternate path of progression? You can think about it like that. But the timing of relics means that the people that do the raids will always have access to the most powerful weapons before the general public. But the point of relics is that they're generally accessible. They are completed over a long period of time. I'm speaking in generalities here. Clearly, they bent some of the rules for Endwalker. Generally accessible, completed over a long period of time, and once done, they're released in phases, right? And the final phase is better, more powerful, is best in slot than the Savage weapon, right? And that is intentional. So that if you have the Savage weapon beforehand, you do all the raid tiers, you get that thing, then you're walking around, you're sitting pretty for a while, you can flex on everybody, and then everybody else catches up, and they're all geared up for the next expansion. The timing for that last tier is always after, like, well after the raid tier is completed. And you can use that however you want, and then you just, like, level it up. That's it. So yeah, it's always been that way. That's really weird to me that people are like thinking that's a new thing. That's intentional. That is designed that way to give the general public a way to get very good weapons, so they can level up faster. Not a whole lot of options. You said that the Moogle ones are interesting? I'm a little disappointed by the lack of options here. What am I using? Augmented Skaven Magitech Wings. So this is just the Tombstone one. Insufficient inventory space. Ah, it's all the Lalafell lifters. And die. People at Endwalker. Oh, okay, hang on. Let's see. They actively stated so in the live letter when they said it was going to be better than the P12S weapon. Yeah, that should be no surprise to anybody. That's just how those things exist. That's how they're defined as an item. What does this even look like? Let me place one of these in my house. Let's see. How do I house again? Is it? It's not through here. I figured this out previously, but I don't recall how to house. There's like a button. A housing button. Does anybody remember what where I need to go to house, put furniture down? Smiley face, then housing. There we go. Thank you. Indoor furnishings. Place this. This was controversial because it's basically a baby chair. Did that come as a surprise? Do people not realize that this is just a high chair? Alright. How do I rotate this? The heck? I want to put these around the room. But I don't want it to be facing that direction. Rotate. Click on that. And then click on this. Oh. Okay. Okay, I thought it was sufficient just to have it selected. I also have to select the thing at the bottom. And then I have to click accept, obviously. There. Should put these over by my my little vendors. Oh my god. This doesn't need to be this complicated. There. Now it's me sitting in my big chair, and all of my friends sitting in their tiny little chairs. Perfect. People wanted Lalafell furniture similar to the dwarves. Oh, okay. Controversy stemmed from Lalafell being treated like children when they are played by adults. It's nobody... It's a joke. They're small. They're child-sized. What? Do they... Okay. It's clearly playing on that. It is a large chair. It is a higher chair so that they can look face to face with their colleagues. Honestly, this should be higher. It specifically says Lalafell lifter is why people are mad. It's a high chair, right? It's a high chair. It's a take on that. It's a freaking joke. Like, give me a break. Ease up a little. You don't suppose anyone remembers the name of the furnishing items that replace the in-room items? the summoning bell and the crystal bell. Yeah, so this summons retainers, and this is the hairdresser. People get offended very easily these days. Well, from what I'm hearing about the drama going on in Final Fantasy XIV, and I'll say this again, because I honestly believe this is true, Final Fantasy XIV players are exceptionally good at creating drama where none exist because they get bored. It's like they have nothing better to do than to get bent out of shape about something. It's like, what the heck, man? This is how we get the healer strike. This is how this happens. Alright, there we go. It's my little chairs right there around my desk. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's because the stakes are so low in Final Fantasy. It's just a video game, right? So it's like, in the grand scheme of things, it means very little. But, you gotta get your entertainment somehow. And we are in the doldrums, right? Right before the expansion. Not a whole lot of stuff going on. Aside from some announcements every now and then. Good night, Sonatina. See you next time. Thanks for stopping by. It's good seeing you. Ah. Hello. Sign my book. Sit in my chairs, please. Can regular-sized people sit in these things? Regular size. Boom. Yes. Look at that. Not just for Lalafels anymore. But your feet touch the floor. Mine, on the other hand, do not. There has been 0 days since drama in the Final Fantasy XIV community. That's right. It's always 0. Always. You like that chair, huh? It's nice. It's comfy. And look. Eye to eye. Lovely. We're at the exact right height. The healer drama currently is a case of healers who only do normals and refuse to go into the high end where their issue doesn't exist. I don't know if I'd say that. I don't think I would say that. I think it's just an overreaction to high-end players doing high-end player things. That's it. I think people are unaware that dungeons are run with tank and 3 DPS on a regular basis. It happens all the time. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, normal players versus high-end players. I don't think it has anything to do with that. It's just like, maybe people that haven't been exposed to that sort of gameplay before, and this is their first time seeing it. But it's really not unusual for that sort of thing to happen. In fact, it's not unusual for people to, like, solo dungeons in other MMOs by themselves. Right? Like, I remember when I was playing World of Warcraft, there was this really noteworthy Blood Death Knight who made a name for himself, him or herself. I don't recall if that was actually ever figured out. For, like, soloing bosses. Soloing 40-man bosses. Or 20-man bosses. 25? I forget what the size was at that point. But remarkable gameplay. Like, you couldn't do that with any other class. It was, like, very uniquely Blood Death Knights that had the ability to do that. And you had to play it perfectly. I mean, this is a fantastic achievement. But nobody was like... Nobody took away from that achievement with the message that healers and DPS and tanks were obsolete. It's just bizarre to me that that's the message you get from that. People should be saying, wow, that is kick-ass that you did that dungeon with a tank and 3 DPS. That is so cool. That's something to be celebrated. Instead, they wanted to get offended. which surprises me. The Death Knight that soloed Old War. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Phase Bros, yes. That was, yeah, back at Wrath. Blood DK is the fantasy that you wish Dark Knights in Final Fantasy XIV played like? Oh man, that would be something. I honestly thought that was going to be the case. When I heard Dark Knights were going to be tanks, I figured it was going to be more like a Blood DK. But it's not at all. Like, Dark Knights have really cool prevention, but they don't have that, like, regenerative self-sustain that Blood DKs have. It's a very different gameplay style. Don't tell Yoshida, but I'm playing World of Warcraft right now as we speak. What class? What class are you playing? Don't worry, Yoshida would never come by this stream. We are successfully flying under the radar. Comfortably under the radar. Usually the main issue I run into, says the Void Hunter, in the high end while pugging is lacking healing. We've had so many runs die due to healers not being able to keep up. You talk about raiding, like Savage raiding in the Party Finder? You're playing a Beastmaster Hunter? I always thought Beastmaster Hunters were really fun, and I thought that it was really cool. Like, there was a period of time that they were trying to figure out what they wanted Beastmastery Hunters to do. Like, back in, oh God. Back in Burning Crusade, Beastmastery Hunters had, like, Bestial Wrath, and that was their big thing, because they had access to Bestial Wrath. And if they perfectly timed their auto attacks, then they could do far more DPS than the other specs. Just based on the abilities that they had, right? If I remember correctly, they were the Apex Hunter spec. Anyway, there was a point in time after that where Beastmasters could bring different pets to give different buffs, and it became this little game of which buff does the party need. I need to go get the right pet out of storage so I can bring that and apply the buff if it was missing, right? Like, some pets brought Bloodlust, weirdly enough. Some pets brought Fortitude, some pets brought Arcane Intelligence. It was really cool. I thought that was interesting. But then they kind of got away from that. I don't remember exactly why. And then they added things like Stampede, where you'd, like, summon all your pets at the same time to go attack all of the enemies. So they've been really leaning into the whole differentiation of the different specs. I'm still not really a fan of Survival Hunters suddenly becoming melee for some reason. That always seemed really strange to me that they got away from the trap-based focus of Survival Hunters and turned them into a melee spec. I feel like they were just trying to do something extreme at that point. But I guess there's people that enjoy that. Alright, let's do one more. A new entry has been added to your estate book. We can do Mount Golg now. The real test. What does it say? Tell me, for whom do you simp? And do you stan Eorzea? What the hell? What am I reading? More pink, but still perfect. Signed, Just Divinia. You never watched the video I sent you earlier. Oh, you're right. I never did. Can you link it to me again? Just like send it, either put it in the Discord or send it to me as a private message so I don't forget it. If you just link it in the chat, everybody else can see it, but I will probably miss it. Prepare yourself, it's silly. I've seen some silly Final Fantasy XIV news, so I'm ready. I'm ready for some silliness. Put it in the media tab.
So it is you.
Okay. Sounds good.
You will not defile my new paradise.
Oh god. They're coming for me. Help! The less Sharp understands, the better it will be. Uh-huh. Do you just like it when I'm confused by things? Is that the gist of what I'm hearing here? Solid. Very solid. I like it. Okay, so we just didn't pull the last 3 things? That's interesting to me that we just decided not to pull these last 3 guys. Do they not exist before you kill that pack? I've definitely seen that happen before. They exist? Okay. You just didn't pull them. That's fair. That's fair. I was just surprised to see them because I thought we had everything. You have to just run up there to spawn them. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Uh-oh, better not stand there. You're gonna get blasted. Oh, you didn't get blasted. You're lucky. You're lucky. God, you're so lucky. I almost wish you did get blasted so you learn a lesson. I mean, I usually play it pretty close to AoEs too. That's I owe that to my Black Mage upbringing. I like to basically move as little as possible when it comes to dodging things. You have an evil healer idea. Oh hell. What is that? What's your evil healer idea? Should I be worried? Should my team be worried? That's probably more accurate. Don't heal the machinist and see how long his RNG lasts. Oh man, I don't know if I can not heal people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have so many AoE heals. He's gonna get healed anyway. Wham! Right in the face. Oh my god. Ooh, he did get hit that time. Is he gonna learn his lesson? Probably not, because he's not moving. Make it a challenge. No AoE heals, just single target heals for everybody. Until the machinist dies. I'm not gonna do that, man. That's an interesting thought, though.
Scanning about my domain like insects! I will not suffer it!
Oh shit. It's like the absolute worst way that could have gone. I like how that's called Earthshaker, but that's not what the Earthshaker is. Right, that's not the Earthshaker ability. It targets you, yeah, but Earthshaker is supposed to be a narrow line AoE. Primarily designed to punish you if you are standing behind somebody else, and this is just like a gigantic cone. You blame your evil healer thoughts on playing Black Mage for a decade. Just the void. The void has touched you.
Come no closer! Filthy creatures!
The void touches your heart. Not your physical body. That seems pretty evil, FaZe. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I was just waiting for somebody to get hit by that. just waiting for it, man. Like the machinist. That's okay. I needed a reason to use Drool Coal, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Is everyone gonna stand in that? Well, we need. Here, I'm gonna. All right. The machinist is gonna stand in the one in the back. That's good. That's just like the flex spot. That's like, you know, you stand there if you know 100% sure that you can actually do that. And sometimes the little balls don't line up right for you to be able to stand in the corner like that. Somebody commented and complimented your glamour in World of Warcraft. Your transmog? Yeah, nice. There you go. That's sick. Was there ever any doubt
righteousness
that you would have an amazing transmog? No.
And righteousness will prevail.
There was never any doubt.
Can't you do anything by yourself?
Is it a night elf? Yeah, what faction do you play? I think that's a good question. What faction are you? The faction hint is Alliance. That's less of a hint, more just telling us what it is. The faction hint is Alliance. Are you one of the new races that they added recently, like the allied races? Are you a wait, I think I know. Are you a Draenei? Are you a Draenei? Is that what you are? You are a Draenei. Hey, got it right.
Very well. If you will not be discouraged.
Oh yeah, this guy exists. Forgot all about him. How did I know? It was a guess based on the fact that you play a Aura in Final Fantasy XIV. I think the goat people are the closest to the Aura that World of Warcraft has to offer. Super similar animations. I don't recall them well enough to be able to say one way or the other, but sure.
Stop them, damn you!
They're like, you know, they have horns, they are generally elegant, very, very, what's the right word? Slender figures? Shit. Like, that thing's pointed right at me. It's probably bad. That might not be such a good thing. You know what? Cardia should heal me too. It's my hot healer take of the day. Cardia should heal me too. Nobody got hit by that. Whoa. Hello. What? Wow. Trying to chase the party around the arena so I can actually hit them with my AoE heals, because all of my AoE heals have different ranges. Thank you, Square. I appreciate that. It's usually one person. Yeah, it is. It's usually one person. I was gonna say, I'm thinking somebody's gonna get hit by this, but no, thankfully nobody did. Look at that. Look at that. We're playing like real gamers. I love it. I'd love to see that. So you're playing the good old Draenei Beast Mastery Hunter? I always thought it was weird that Draenei had both Paladins and Shaman. It's like, do you... I guess they believe in a higher power and the forces of nature at the same time. The current main with sub-main being an Elemental Shaman, Zandalari Troll. Well, those are the ones that stand upright. Are those the trolls that have, like, the good posture? You always thought they should have split the races of Draenei who were Shaman into the broken ones. Yeah, that was basically my thought as well, right? Because the broken ones are definitely, like, portrayed as having more of that connection with like the natural elements, And the Draenei are always, in my mind, portrayed as being like the super, like they're powered by those super aliens. I forget what they're called. The people that have the light that the Blood Elves used to keep a slave of underneath their capital. Used to keep him imprisoned and drain light from him. I thought that was like the coolest lore, by the way. The Blood Elves just jealous of the Alliance's paladins were like, you know what? We're gonna kidnap our own little alien. And we're gonna keep him underneath our city. And we're gonna make our own paladins. We don't need you. We're gonna do it ourselves. Oh man, and then they went and like redid all that afterwards. I liked it when the Blood Elves were a bit more ruthless than they are now. They're tall AF. Yeah, that's because trolls are huge. They're huge, but they're always like bent over. You never knew that there were Namazu NPC choices. Yeah, I forget where I got that. Yeah, I've got the little Namazu vendors. Everyone can be a paladin, as the light will give you power so long as your conviction is strong enough. I thought that paladin powers came specifically from the Naru. Is it the Naru? Is that what they're called? I thought that was the lore, and that was established back in Burning Crusade, that the Naru gave paladin powers to people. So it wasn't really about conviction. It was about whether or not they decided to give you the power. And the Blood Elves said, forget that, we'll just take it from you. Gift of the Naru. Okay, there you go. Nice. See? Just reaching way back in the memory to the Burning Crusade era. Oh man. Yeah, those were good days. Doing all of the, when they first introduced daily quests as a thing. The very first time that they had, that anybody had invented daily quests. Burning Crusade. When he did all of those, the chores for the Ogre-La people. The power from the light comes purely from their conviction. So did the Blood Elves just have really high conviction in taking the power from the Naru? Or were they just using that Naru as a conduit so that they could take power from the light? I mean, now it's like, yeah, now they're actual paladins, but for a long time they were, I don't know, artificial paladins? It was just them doing whatever they wanted. And I thought that was actually pretty cool. I feel like they really softened up the races in that game quite a bit. Like, the undead, if you've ever done any of the original undead quest lines, they were messed up. Remember that time when they were keeping some of those folks in the basement of an inn and experimenting on them and turning them into ghouls? Or that one time when they made you like create a plague and then infect people with it? The undead were really messed up, man. And then they were like, oh, no, that was just this faction of the undead that were, you know, all messed up. The undead are actually really good guys. Don't worry about them. I kind of liked it when they were a bit edgier. You know, when they were just this little hint of them trying to take over the planet or corrupt people, right? I didn't like it when Sylvanas went all, I'm going to kill everybody, like, just straight up murder thousands of people. That was a little bit too on the nose for me, just a smidge on the nose. I liked it when they were more subtle in their machinations. You know, the whole, like, can we really trust them? You know, what's gonna happen? Because these quests that we're doing, these are pretty suspicious. Is this really in the Horde's best interest? You always wondered who took over after Sylvanas. Did Thrall come back again? Or something like that? Something stupid? Like, they just brought Thrall back and installed him as the war chief yet again? I forget. I don't know who took over after Sylvanas. Kalia Menethil. Is she an undead person? I feel like we resurrected her at some point. The Naru you saw in TBC later became the raid boss Muru in Sunwell Plateau. That makes sense. Actually, it makes sense because, yeah, it's the right location, and Muru was a really tough boss fight. Real work of art, that guy. Is it Bane as the current war chief? That was a while back. Bane was war chief for a while. They just rotated in, you know, just like, who's gonna be war chief this week, you know? Who's gonna be war chief this week? And when everybody else, or they run out of ideas, they just bring Thrall back, and then make him war chief for like a month, and then they rotate somebody else in. I thought them electing Sylvanas as war chief was just like, what the hell are they thinking? Seriously? That felt super forced to me. Nobody in their right mind would ever choose Sylvanas to lead the Horde. What? It's like they didn't know her at all that whole time. There's like 50 million war chiefs. Yeah, Vol'jin was pretty good, and then he was no longer war chief. And then they were like, hey, you know what? Let's just make everybody war chief. Just give everybody a shot. The Horde did away with war chiefs after BFA. All the race leaders lead the Horde together. Okay. Honestly, that's more Horde-like than war chief thing anyway. Vol'jin trusted Sylvanas because Vol'jin thought he was talking to his ancestors, but it was actually talking to the jailer. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. World of Warcraft lore is just so convoluted, man. I like Final Fantasy XIV because it tells, like, usually, with some exceptions, tells a pretty good story. And they don't have to go back and retcon a lot. World of Warcraft has to go back and retcon stuff and make up things all the time. And a lot of it just doesn't make any sense. You just kind of have to go with it. Because that's just the way it is, you know? All of a sudden, Sylvanas woke up one day and murdered thousands of people. All of a sudden, Sylvanas is the war chief. And it's like, they're always going back and justifying the things that they want to do with after the fact. Somebody walked into the Blizzard offices and was like, you know what, Sylvanas should be war chief. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to have Vol'jin hallucinate. That's it. He's going to be war chief for like 2 weeks, and then he's going to hallucinate that Sylvanas is better. Great. Write it up. We'll make an expansion out of it. Cool. And then they ship it. It feels like they work backwards, right? Like, we want this thing to happen, and then they just justify it with a bunch of really questionable story decisions at that point. WoW retcons major things every patch. That is another thing. Yes. That's another thing that gets me. It's really hard to keep up with. Muzala told Vol'jin to make Sylvanas war chief, which wasn't the original plan. I hope Metzen helps rack things up. Well, with their new roadmap thing where they've got like a 3 expansion story planned out, I'm hoping that they spend some time actually writing a cohesive story with a narrative that isn't just a whole bunch of flash. Because for the past, I don't know how many years, it feels like everything that they do is just them making excuses to make pretty cutscenes. I'm looking for substance. I've had enough flash. Give me substance. Alright, folks. I think I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. It's about 1:45 a.m. And it's time for me to go to bed. I've had a good Friday night. into Saturday morning. And I think that's it for today. All right. That was good. That was a lot of fun. Boom. All right, folks. Once again, thank you so much for joining me for another night of Final Fantasy XIV. Had a great time chatting with all of you. Hope you did too. If you enjoyed what you saw, don't forget to follow the broadcast here on Twitch. I would love to see you all here again next time. Thank you, Lilia. Thank you for the socials link there, Strawberry. There's the rest of my content, by the way. Twitter.com/SharpDressTV is my handle. There's the Discord if you want to get involved with the community. There's the YouTube channel if you want to see the rest of my content. Well, welcome, Sleep. Welcome. You just got here right in time. Right in time to catch the VOD, I guess. But yeah, glad you're able to make it, even if it was only for a few seconds. BFA and Shadowlands were peak Blizzard making things up as they go. 100%. Yes, 100%. I'll be live again on Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time with the one and only Gigolian. We're playing a brand new game this week, so tune in for that. 2-player co-op, brand new game. So, looking forward to that, and I hope you all are too. Thank you for shouting out Gigolian in the chat. Give that man a follow. And I look forward to seeing you all here later today, less than 24 hours away from now, for co-op night. In the meantime, folks, have a great rest of your night. Have a fantastic Saturday, and I'll see you all next time. Good night. Cheers. Take care.